I was delighted just a few weeks ago to join my honourable friend to visit the Hayford and Bicester Veterans Group and see the amazing work that they're doing in supporting so many of our veterans. It is vitally important, the issue that she highlights, and the Ministry of Defence continues to work with service personnel and their families to support them, and we are in continued discussions and working closely with our Home Office colleagues on this important issue.
Gareth Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the United States, an impressive military charity, Soldier On, has established housing cooperatives to help homeless ex-servicemen have an affordable place to live, and they are allowed to help control the running of the very place where they live. Would the Secretary of State consider such an approach here in the UK?
The charity that he mentions also has been looking at the United Kingdom, and it's something we're very keen to work closely with them on to see as to how we can take the lessons learned from the United States and some of the very positive experiences being created and make sure that this is something that could benefit people here in the United Kingdom as well.
Grant.
I would certainly endorse the gratitude expressed for the many thousands of volunteers for the support they give to veterans. Isn't it time accepted that it shouldn't be left to charities to look after people who have been injured in the service of their nation? It's not charities that send people into war, it's governments. What representations has the Secretary of State made to his colleague the Chancellor to ensure that health services, local authorities and other public bodies are adequately resourced so that the welfare of veterans can be funded from the public purse rather than relying on charity and volunteers?
Well, I think when you see as to everything that this government has done in terms of putting veterans and our service personnel very much at the heart of not just what the Ministry of Defence does, but right across government, and of course devolved governments play a vitally important role in terms of delivery of services. But we all recognise the important roles that charities play, and a lot of the services that they provide are ones provided on behalf of government as well, in order to be best able to reach out to people who have served in our armed forces.
Ms. Gray.
Mr. Speaker, I'm the proud but entirely unworthy owner of a veteran's badge. My 7 years have been largely spent in the bar. Nonetheless, it's not an argument in favour that says people who truly deserve a veteran's badge should have a much more visible symbol of their veteranship, and that perhaps that title should be restricted more to those who truly deserve it, rather than to people like me.
Well, I know that we all think that you truly do deserve it, and we certainly wouldn't want to be taking it off you. We are looking at.
Gently say to the Secretary of State, in order for him to take something off me, I would have to have it in the first place. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, we'll have to see if we can get you one as well in the future. But Mr. Speaker, we are constantly looking at how we can recognise those who've served. The Veterans ID card is, of course, another important step forward in making sure that there is true recognition of the service that so many people have given our country.
Smith.
We remain committed to maintaining the overall size of the armed forces, and we have a range of measures underway to improve recruitment and retention. The challenge is kept under constant review. Importantly, the services continue to meet all of their current commitments, keeping the country and its interests safe.
Royston Smith.
Having served in the Royal Air Force, I know how rewarding a life in the military is, but also how demanding it can be. And I also know how difficult recruitment and retention is, particularly retention. Has my right honourable friend considered things such as free Wi-Fi for military personnel to help them and their families feel less isolated when they are serving away from home?
Well, we recognise the importance of connectivity for our personnel, and I'd like to reassure my honourable friend that for those serving on operations, the MOD will pay for internet connections to enable personnel to connect with families and friends, and for those on non-operational tours abroad, the Wi-Fi costs are also covered through a welfare package.
Luke Pollard.
Mr. Speaker, one way to retain more Royal Marines is to ensure the accommodation therein is of high quality. As Plymouth is no longer getting the super base we were promised, could the Minister set out how the facilities at Stonehouse Barracks will be increased, including making sure that all the accommodation blocks have hot water and good heating?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman will be aware that it's a complex programme that was announced through the Better Defence Estate strategy. On the specific issue that he raises, I'm told that my right honourable friend, the member for Bournemouth, is intending to visit shortly.
Mr. David Davis.
The Chief Executive Officer of Capita says they'll lose a lot of money on their recruitment contract on behalf of the MOD. In that case, presumably, the government have got a strong legal case for simply terminating the contract without compensation and taking it back in-house and doing it properly.
Well, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has certainly made clear that he has not ruled out the option of terminating the contract. However, in recent months, we have seen dramatic improvements in the performance of that contract, partly because of the money that Capita have put in their own money into ensuring that that's the case.
Mr. Speaker, in my hometown of Tain in the Highlands, we have every year the very splendid Tain Highland Gathering. It's been a good number of years, Mr. Speaker, since I've seen any armed forces recruiting stands at the Highland Games. These stands have been very successful in the past, and the children and young people love them. And frankly, as has already been said, Capita is not doing very well. Could I encourage the Minister and the Secretary to get these stands set up again? And in my own case, the people there would be rewarded by a very large glass of our local amber nectar, Glenmorangie.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable member for highlighting the recruiting opportunity. I sense that it sounds as if I might be coming for a visit myself, given what's on offer. But it's a very sensible suggestion. I will ensure that that is fed into the system.
Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, the size of the army is in free fall under this Conservative government. The number of fully trained regulars has fallen from 78,000 to 75,900 on this minister's watch. His colleague, the Minister for Defence People, is reported to have said that he will resign if that number falls below 70,000. So what about the Minister for the Armed Forces? Is he prepared to make that same commitment?
Well, I'm certainly not prepared to resign in my role as a member of the Army Reserve, because that wouldn't really help matters, would it? But actually, I think the Honourable Lady rather over-eggs the pudding slightly to describe it as being in free fall. Yes, numbers have reduced, but we've already explained why, with now the highest number of applications on record in January, that we are confident that numbers will increase. But crucially, actually, the Army, for example, remains at 93% manning and can meet all of its operational commitments.
Near Griffith.
Well, doesn't that say it all, Mr. Speaker? He doesn't even have the courage to put his job on the line. Now, time and time again, he comes here and bluffs his way through with empty rhetoric. But the simple fact is that he's failed completely, and army numbers are falling month after month. At best, he is complacent. At worst, he has junked the stated target of 82,000 and not got the guts to tell us. When is he going to accept that it is his responsibility to end this failure and get a grip?
Well, I've been accused of many things in my life, but lacking courage is probably not one of them. And if the Honourable Lady knew anything about me, she'd probably realise why that's the case. But nonetheless, it is and still remains a challenge, and I am confident after recent figures where, as I've just said, we've seen the highest number of applications in January on record, that actually the situation is improving.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK defence industry is globally competitive and creates and contributes to jobs across the United Kingdom. I am confident that that will continue to thrive in the future. The government is seeking the best possible deal for UK industry after Brexit. We support European collaboration on capability development and are promoting the invaluable contribution of UK industry.
John Speller.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that was a standard complacent reply from the Minister, because at a time when ministers are still hanging on to the mythology that EU regulations prevent them from supporting British industry, most recently with the Fleet Solid support ships. Though, of course, no one else in the EU actually holds on to that view or indeed behaves like that. However, as leaving the EU is looming, will the Minister now show some decisiveness and backbone, instruct his officials to scrap the old discredited dogma and start putting British industry first.
What I say to the right honourable gentleman is that what we're trying to do is make our defence industry the most competitive in the world so that we win those international competitions. Now, it's not right, it wouldn't be right for me to comment on the decisions taken by other countries, as he referred to with FSS, but I might just note, however, that the EU Commission has publicly questioned the legality of applying Article 346 to the procurement of support ships by other member states. So I'm glad that we've behaved properly.
David T.C. Davis.
Mr. Speaker, could the Minister confirm that even after we've left the EU, we will continue to have members of the British Armed Forces based in EU countries contributing towards the defence of those countries, and that therefore it's not unreasonable for us to expect their governments to support the British defence industry and the British government as we finalise negotiations with the rest of the European Union?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very valid point, and of course our commitment to EU security, European security, and working with our NATO colleagues will continue after we've left the European Union. That's why we're working on an ambitious future arrangement, because people know that the armed forces of the United Kingdom are armed forces they can rely on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister knows that I'm a huge advocate of the combat air strategy and in fact had the first debate in here. Given we are about to leave the EU and Team Tempest is so far showing impressive signs of movement, can he tell me when we're going to discuss a replacement for the Hawk so we have a full package and a training aircraft and to secure the jobs at Brough?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right about the future combat air strategy. We're in negotiations and discussions with other partner nations. When it comes to the issues around Hawk, I have to say we've been doing an enormous amount of work to try and get more orders for the Brough site. I recognise how important it is. Having visited Q8 myself to try and get that order over the line, it's still work in progress, but I hope that we'll be successful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, one of the ways that we could encourage the UK defence industry is using new and emerging technologies. So could my honourable friend comment on the use of the Transformation Fund, in particular the 30 million given for new military apps and the 66 million for robotic programmes that will encourage the UK industry to develop further?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this. I went to see some of the small and medium-sized businesses who are working with our armed forces with some of the projects that have been funded through that, and plus the Innovation Fund, of course, the £800 million over 10 years, which is encouraging as many businesses as possible to come forward with their ideas, many of whom have probably never worked with defence in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we saw the ceremony for confirming the move of the EU anti-piracy task force from Northwood to a new location near Cadiz. Now, all around us we are hearing about the consequences of Brexit on the defence industry, but on our security relationships. Yet, despite there being rather uncommon consensus in the House about the importance of that relationship, we've heard precious little from the Department. Now, not only our closest allies, but in defence industry, serving personnel and policymakers need clarity on the UK's grand strategy. So can the Minister stop hedging their bets and tell us about the defence and security relationship his government wants with the EU?
Well, part of the negotiations that have been happening with the EU have actually heavily focused on our future relationship and the collaboration that we want to see with EU nations. But at the end of the day, most of our the sort of cornerstone of our defence is actually through NATO, and it is through those relationships and with the bilateral relationships we have with many of our other countries that will form the way that we do defence in the future.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the party opposite play political games and the Cabinet seeks to oust the Prime Minister, the huge uncertainty for our defence industry continues. The Prime Minister's Brexit deal has been rejected twice, so will the Minister accept that the Government must now do the responsible thing and work across the House to build a consensus for a better deal? And instead of treating this House with yet more disdain, will he confirm that the Government will work with MPs from across the House to determine the course of action?
I'll just gently say this is defence questions. The Prime Minister will be making a statement shortly. Maybe that question would have to be...
Floor, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Tobias Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, may I pair this with question 11, 12, 19 and 23? I'm sure they're all very genuine. But it is a genuine subject because this is about the support we provide our veterans. And we owe our veterans a huge debt of gratitude, but it's important that that gratitude is reflected in the practical support that we provide. And that's exactly why we're investing in a new veterans strategy, which will be fundamental to improving the coordination of that support.
Yes, it has been gently pointed out to me, not that one wishes to be pedantic, merely correct, that one might not be able to pair something, particularly when there are four, but a grouping, on the other hand, is perfectly orderly. We're extremely grateful. Hugh Merriman. Mr. Merriman, let's hear it, man.
No, we're waiting for you to finish, Mr. Speaker. I know my place. Thank the Minister for his answer. With regard to the amazing role that the charity sector provides to enhance veteran support, what engagement has the Minister had with that sector?
Minister. Well, I'm grateful for that question from my honourable friend. It's so important that we engage as much and as best as possible as we can. There are over 400 service-facing charities, and the coordination is done by the Veterans Gateway and indeed COBSIO as well, who form themselves into the clusters so we can provide the necessary support in the various areas that are required. But I'd go on to say, Mr. Speaker, that on a regular basis, myself and the Defence Secretary meet up in the MOD every second Monday to meet with the charitable sectors, and the next coming weeks we'll be meeting charities specifically based in the arts.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, a monthly drop-in service has been established at Crawley Library for veterans to get advice on services supported by the Royal British Legion and SAFA, amongst others. Can I get a commitment from the Ministry of Defence that they will continue to work with the voluntary sector who provide such fantastic support?
Here. Grateful for my honourable friend in the same way that my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, underlined the importance of these very locally, geographically based charities. It's so important that the message gets out that support is available to the veterans. The biggest challenge we face is actually the veterans not aware of where to go, where help can actually be found. So I'm very grateful for the work that's done in his constituency.
Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, veterans in Hull are very fortunate to have the support of incredible people like Steve from Hull Veterans Support Centre and Paul from Hull for Heroes. There is an ambitious plan to build a veterans village in Hull, so will the Minister meet with me to discuss the best way he can support this?
I'm always delighted to meet honourable members who want to pursue and support the veterans' initiatives, and I certainly pay credit and provide support. I'd be delighted to visit. I have to say my mother-in-law lives just down the road from Hull in Beverley, and so maybe I can tie in the two visits in one go.
Yes. Maria Caulfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 60,000 armed forces veterans are currently either suffering with mental health problems, are in prison, or are finding themselves homeless. What more support can be given to personnel as they leave the armed forces to help reduce these numbers in the future?
My honourable friend is right to focus on specific issues where we do need to increase our support. One of the reasons why we're actually putting together the veterans strategy is to actually understand where we can do more. And the prison sector is one area, but also the transition process that she touched on. It's so important that as those depart the armed forces, they know where help can actually be provided. We are now getting back in touch with armed forces personnel and their families 12 months after they've departed to check on their progress.
McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ubitech in my constituency is a business made up completely of ex-service people. It's expanding fast and they provide services to the MOD and others. They also provide resettlement training and they're a support of the Armed Forces Covenant. So given that, Mr. Speaker, does the Minister agree that it's not surprising that they regard the decision to prosecute Soldier F after 47 years with absolute dismay? So how can the Minister respond to that?
Well, that is for the Northern Ireland Prosecution Service made an independent judgment on that. I think it would be wrong for us to make any judgment on this side. But I would say what she illustrates there is another great example of veterans' charities doing fantastic work on a local basis. And if there's an opportunity to visit her constituency, I'll be delighted to meet.
Rachel Maskell.
Mr. Speaker, on return from his tour of Afghanistan in 2007, my constituent Robert Duncan experienced PTSD. It's taken this long to have a conversation, that's all he wants, with those under whom he served. Why can't he have that conversation?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know the circumstances of the particular case, and I'd be delighted to meet with her to see what more can be done. We are now, as I touched on before, actually far more engaged with the individuals of every service personnel that served in Afghanistan and in Iraq to track the very progress, to make sure that we're in touch and give them the support that they need. But if there is a case for an individual to be looked at again, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Carol Monaghan.
Mr. Speaker, whilst we know that the charity sector is doing a great deal of work and we're extremely grateful for that, there is an absence of veterans-focused policies in areas such as welfare and employability. The transition to civilian life can be difficult, so does the Minister agree that the government must be doing more in this area?
I'm pleased to say that she mentioned government must be doing more, and I would actually say that's absolutely correct. The Veterans Board was established for exactly this mission, to make sure it's not just the MOD that does its bit, but all government departments recognise their duty to honour the covenant, to make sure that they provide the support that we need to give our brave veterans.
Michael Fabricant.
Question 5, sir.
That's not me.
Thank you. Gentleman's pardon. Mr. Hamilton wanted to come in on this question. Yeah. Well, whether we like him, well, we do like him, but whether we like him or not, he's got a right to be heard. Mr. Fabian Hamilton.
The honourable member for intervening before he had the chance to ask his question. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Defence questions on the 18th of February. I asked the Minister about the black soldiers of the East Africa Force, formed in 1940, after an investigation revealed that they were only paid a third of the wage received by their white counterparts. Now, on the 13th of February, Her Majesty's opposition wrote to the government about this issue, and I wrote myself to the Minister on the 28th of February, but so far no replies have been received. The Foreign Office claims that this is a matter for the Ministry of Defence. But the Minister told the House last month that this was a matter for the Foreign Office. So can the Minister please confirm that it is in fact his department's responsibility? And may I ask him again when the East Africa Force veterans and their families might expect at the very least an official apology and compensation for this scandal?
Perhaps it does feel like we're living an episode of Yes, Minister, and I fully understand that, with departments trying to establish who has responsibility. We do need to iron that out, and absolutely we need to get the answers that he deserves. Perhaps I can speak with him afterwards, and then we can move this issue forward.
Question 5 again, sir.
Armed Forces careers are built on merit, creating an environment where potential is defined by effort, talent, and not by background. The skills, education and training that they get in the armed forces give many people the chance to achieve so much, not just while they serve, but also when they leave.
With the appointment of Brigadier Janice Cook to DMS, that's Defence Medical Services in Lichfield, as head of regulation there, and of course the very recent appointment of Sue Gray as Air Marshal, does this not demonstrate that there is no glass ceiling for women in the armed forces?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to say that there is no glass ceiling, and he brings out two brilliant examples of where women in our armed forces can achieve so much and make such a difference. We all recognise we need to get more women joining all three services. The contribution and the value that they bring is enormous, and the opening up of all roles, including close combat roles, has been vitally important in doing so.
Mr. Barry Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State must know that one of the greatest players in social mobility, encouraging social mobility and equal opportunity, was the British Armed Services when they were the greatest trainers in Britain in terms of quality and in size and capacity. When is he going to go back to that mission of having a real training programme in the Army that is big, not tiny?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman makes a very strong point of maybe expanding our armed forces more than they are. But we should feel proud of the fact that we're the largest employer of apprentices in this country, with 19,000 service personnel currently receiving apprenticeships. And we recognise that the value that we're able to bring in terms of apprenticeships, and the fact that we continue to lead on this. And the value they bring isn't just to the service that they're in, but is the contribution to wider society as they often pursue a second career after they leave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I thank the Secretary of State once again for retaining 40 Commando in Taunton. It's a momentous decision and great for Taunton. But can I also say that only 9% of British soldiers are female, and does he agree with me that opening all combat roles to women will make a real difference to our armed forces going forward? And I look forward to the first ones joining the Marines.
If I may pay tribute to my honourable friend who did so much in terms of her campaign to keep the Royal Marines in Taunton and the important role they play in the local community, I'm very much looking forward to the first female recruits into the Royal Marines, and I'm sure they'll be welcomed by the whole Corps.
In towns like St Helens and Newton Willows, the armed forces have always been a driver of social mobility and of civic pride. But like many places, we have lost our armed forces careers office. Would he consider reopening not just that, but in many working class communities across the country upon whom the armed forces rely for their recruitment?
One of the key drivers in terms of recruitment now is increasingly online, but we need to always be looking at how we reach out into local communities. I remember at my school, where I was growing up in Scarborough, the fact that the Green Howards so often used to visit, sending out the message of what an army career would able to deliver. And we need to be looking at how we bring service personnel right into the community recruiting.
Number 6, sir.
Mr. Mark Lancaster.
The prosecution of veterans is something that we take very seriously. Our service personnel are of course subject to the law, but veterans should not have to face repeated investigations many years after the events in question. This is why we have a dedicated defence team looking at this complex issue. A statute of limitations which presents significant challenges is the subject of inquiry by the Defence Committee, and we await their report with interest.
Ronald J. Wardener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I met Field Marshal the Lord Bramall, former head of the Armed Forces, who is one of my constituents, recently. And since last year, when so many of my constituents signed the petition on this issue, how is my right honourable and gallant friend ensuring that the political context of the Troubles, which Lord Bramall's book, The Bramall Papers, describes, is taken into account in today's politically motivated witch hunts?
Well, as Chief of General Staff and then Chief of Defence Staff during the height of the Troubles, Lord Bramall clearly brings a unique perspective to these difficult issues. The House will of course understand that prosecutorial decisions in Northern Ireland are taken by the Public Prosecution Service, and that the PPS is independent both of the UK Government and the Northern Ireland Executive. But the Government does recognise that the current system for dealing with the legacy of Northern Ireland's past isn't working well for anyone, and that is why the MOD is working closely with the Northern Ireland Office on new arrangements, including to ensure that our armed forces and police officers are not unfairly treated.
Members of the Defence Committee have been very pleased by the way in which ministers have set up the dedicated unit to look into this question, and also by the work that the Attorney General has been doing on it as well. Can we be told whether the proposals that are apparently going to be brought forward in the Queen's speech have yet been finalised and accepted at Cabinet level?
Minister.
My right honourable friend highlights, as he understands, the complexities of this issue, not least as it transcends not just Northern Ireland but different judicial systems elsewhere within the United Kingdom. We are making progress on this issue. We certainly have applied to bring it forward in the Queen's speech, but we have yet to conclude this work.
Daniel Rowley.
Question 7, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if I can muster this question with question 16 and 17. The Armed Forces Covenant not only obliges government departments to recognise their duties to support armed forces personnel, veterans and their families, but it also encourages organisations, businesses across the country to do the same. And I'm pleased to say that we're now over 3,300 signings, and we're signing around 25 companies or organisations each week.
Danielle Rowley.
A recent Defence Committee report said some serving personnel, veterans and their families who need mental health care are still being completely failed by the system. We've heard about engagement with charities and mental health support, but a local charity doing great work in Midlothian, the Lothian Veterans Centre, have confirmed this sentiment from the committee's report and told me that charities face a huge burden and huge pressures in helping veterans. What is the government doing to encourage service personnel to report mental health problems without fear of reprisal and to ensure that there is greater focus on mental health provision?
She packs a lot into one question there, and very, very important indeed. The critical aspect is the change of stigma, is the ability to step forward and say, yes, I'm not okay, and not feel that there will be reprisals. And thanks to the new mental health and wellbeing strategy of 2017, we're doing exactly that. It's taking a while to change the culture, but absolutely more people are willing to step forward and say, let me get checked out, let me get sorted, let me get back into the line without fear that it might damage their promotion prospects.
Speaker, why should commercial organisations take this seriously when the Ministry of Defence hasn't yet managed to change its demand for British meat so that our armed forces can be fed the finest meat in the world?
I understand this is an issue that dates back to a former armed forces minister's time many, many years ago when we were back in office a couple of decades ago. We discussed this ourselves. I'll certainly look at this, but I would encourage all those, despite their issues with meat, to absolutely sign the Armed Forces Covenant and support our brave veterans and Armed Forces personnel.
The acute care for Armed Forces personnel who've had acquired brain injuries in the course of their duties is really second to none. Nobody would doubt that. But the anxiety is that when they leave the Armed Forces, or sometimes even before they've come into the Armed Forces, an acquired brain injury goes unnoticed and therefore untreated and uncared for, which is why so many people end up, Armed Forces veterans end up being homeless and living on the street. What are we going to do about that?
Minister.
Well, firstly, can I pay tribute to the personal interest that he takes on this? He's absolutely right that people need to be signposted and know where to go. We're working more closely with NHS England and the devolved administrations to understand where the complex treatment services are and to make sure that when you do the transition, you are handed across to the civilian agency to look after you.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the founder of the all-party parliamentary group on the Armed Forces Covenant, it's wonderful to see an order paper full of those three words, which didn't exist a few years ago. So this is a conversation that is absolutely critical to this House. Would the Minister therefore meet with me to move forward the conversation about how we create an Armed Forces Covenant Ombudsman so that when these issues which are raised by colleagues get stuck and we can't find a solution, we have a real authority to fix it?
Well, firstly, could I pay tribute to the work that she's done as Chair of the Armed Forces, as the APPG on this important issue? I'm more than delighted to meet with her. It is important that we have the necessary scrutiny that's seen to be in place and that we do what's best for our veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for his answer to the question posed by my honourable friend, the member for Midlothian. But when 0.01% of the NHS budget is spent on veterans' mental health care, doesn't he agree that we've got a lot further to go in this area? And will he at least endorse fully the recommendations made by the Defence Select Committee on this issue?
Well, I was delighted to address the Defence Select Committee only the other day on this matter to discuss it, and absolutely we need to follow the money. We're aware that £21 billion was given to the NHS over the next 10 years, of which a proportion of that will go to mental health. The Prime Minister herself wants to see parity between mental health and physical health, medical well-being and physical well-being. So let's make sure that we can identify where that funds are. I hope to have a meeting, or the Defence Secretary will have a meeting with the Health Secretary as soon as possible to see what more can be done.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 8.
Minister.
The Army continues to work closely with Capita, with multiple interventions now in place and delivering improvements. Regular soldier applications remain at a 5-year high, with this year's Your Army Needs You advertising campaign seeing over 15,000 applications in January alone. It will take longer to see increases to training strengths due to the length of the recruitment and training pipeline.
Liz Twist.
The Secretary of State has said that he might re-examine the Capita contract in the next financial year, meaning that we'll have to wait another 12 months before any action is taken. All the while, Capita is failing abysmally, with army numbers falling year after year. Instead of endlessly kicking the can down the road, why doesn't the government deal with the problem now, strip Capita of the contract and bring the service back in-house?
Well, I answered that question earlier, and with respect to the Honourable Lady, she clearly didn't listen to the answer I just gave her, where applications are up, there's a start of a process. I think one of the confusions the House has is when we talk about trained strength, which is the number, 93% manned of the Army. That is after a very long process of going through not only basic training, but, for example, if you are a Royal Engineer, also combat engineer training, and then trade training. So it can take up to 18 months from the first time somebody puts a uniform on and considers themselves to be part of the Army. When you're in training, you don't go home and say, I'm not in the Army because I'm not fully trade trained yet. And there are some 5,000 soldiers now in that process who are wearing a uniform but not included in the numbers. And in time, they will join the Army, and we're seeing that uplift. It's the time lag, which I think this House isn't fully understanding, but I understand why.
Richard Graham.
Speaker, in terms of the effectiveness of recruitment, my right honourable friend will know that we recruit many armed forces servicemen and women from the Commonwealth. But is he aware of the Royal British Legion campaign to eliminate the current high costs of their applications for indefinite leave to remain, to which they're eligible after 4 years' service? This can cost almost £10,000 for a family of 4. And does my right honourable friend agree that it is time that this issue was tackled in order that we recruit more from the Commonwealth?
My honourable friend raises a very important issue, and I know that my right honourable friend is engaging with the Home Office in an attempt to solve it.
Evan Foster.
Number 9, Mr. Speaker.
The security situation on the Korean Peninsula has improved since North Korea adopted a self-imposed moratorium on missile launches. North Korea almost certainly wishes to avoid conflict. However, the balance of hard military power on the peninsula has not altered substantively recently. North Korea needs to engage in meaningful negotiations with the United States and take concrete steps towards complete denuclearisation.
Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his answer. The failure of recent talks aimed at securing denuclearisation in North Korea was disappointing, though I welcome South Korea's attempt to revive them. Would my right honourable friend assure me the UK government's support for any agreement reached in future would be dependent on a commitment by North Korea to complete denuclearisation?
You're in the groove.
We have been absolutely consistent that there has to be complete denuclearisation. And while it's disappointing as to where talks have gone, we must remain hopeful that pressure can be applied for North Korea to come back to the table in order to be able to reinvigorate these discussions going forward.
Gapes.
Mr. Speaker, can the government make clear that North Korea cannot play games like it has done for more than 20 years, and that just want to get sanctions lifted or economic support from outside and then revert back to its old policies? And there will be consequences internationally if they do that.
The honourable gentleman makes an important point, and I remember visiting South Korea with him back, I think, in 2010 and 2011, where we looked at this. And it's vital that Britain stands shoulder to shoulder with our UN friends in terms of the imposition and the enforcement of sanctions, which the Royal Navy has been leading on with our other UN partners.
Is or is not North Korea degrading its nuclear capability?
We continue to monitor as to what is happening in North Korea. It's vitally important that we work with other allies, including the People's Republic of China, to put pressure on North Korea in order to reduce the amount of activity that they've been in the past conducting in terms of nuclear testing.
Melanie on.
Number 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Defence' first priority is always to guarantee the UK is able to meet its national security obligations, which includes ensuring our air defence radars can operate effectively. The Ministry of Defence is supportive of the offshore wind sector deal, and we remain keen to work closely across government and with industry to support this.
Over half the new offshore wind sites that the government's announced it will build will affect aviation radar systems, and his colleague responded to a written question of mine on the 20th of February saying that a solution is challenging and requires upgraded or new technologies which are not currently part of the equipment programme. Doesn't that simply mean that the government's ability to deliver on that sector deal is going to be hampered?
The Honourable Lady is raising a very important point because, of course, the scale and size of the wind farms that are proposed is significant. I have been speaking with officials about how we might use the Innovation Fund, for example, to work closely with industry to find a solution to this problem.
Neil Parish.
Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the UK won defence orders worth £9 billion, making us the second largest global defence exporter. We work actively with the Department for International Trade to support industry, and recent successes include export of the Type 26 to Canada and Australia, and of course the US Department of Defence awarding a further £500 million worth of support work for the F-35 programme in North Wales.
Supercat, the leading specialist in design and development of high mobility vehicles, defence vehicles, is located in my constituency. If they win a contract in Denmark, they have to offset 60% of that work in Denmark with supplying those vehicles to the Danish government. Yet this is not something that we do here. Will the Minister meet with Supercat to discuss what more can be done to make sure we secure high-skilled defence jobs in this country when defence contracts are lost to foreign companies?
Well, of course, I'd be more than happy to meet the company in his constituency and with himself, of course. The UK and many of our closest international defence partners do not use offset because they can distort the market and lead to reduced value for money. We do look at alternative ways to encourage more inward investment. That's why we're working closely with Boeing and Lockheed Martin. And, of course, on the Boxer programme, we're aiming for 60% of that programme to be undertaken in the UK.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it was a pleasure to see the Minister in Glasgow on Friday for the naming of HMS Tamar, which, of course, when it was ordered, was classified as a complex warship, but now under the National Shipbuilding Strategy, it's no longer considered to be a complex warship. So that bizarre situation aside, given the precarious situation faced by numerous British shipbuilders such as Harland and Wolff, which is facing administration, further job losses at Rosyth, and of course the closure of Appledore shipyard, what will the government be doing to ensure that the Fleet Solid Support Ships contract and the consideration of that bid is weighted so that the UK economic prosperity consideration is factored into the weighting of that award for that contract, so the UK consortium will prevail?
Well, it was a pleasure to see the Honourable Gentleman in Glasgow. It was a great event. I was very happy to be there. He will know that we are trying, as I said earlier, to make UK industry as competitive as possible, and that is why we are putting this out to international competition because of the description that it has not being a warship. That said, I am delighted that there is a Team UK, a consortium of UK shipbuilders is bidding into that competition, and there will also be lots of opportunities for the supply chain who have also benefited from other competitions that went internationally, such as the Mars ships.
Norman Lamb.
15, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When defence equipment becomes surplus to requirement, the Defence Equipment Sales Authority disposes of it using compliant contractors or by direct sale to other governments. Contractors who process, store or dispose of sensitive defence equipment are subject to very strict ongoing security assurance programme.
Norman Lamb.
The Minister will be aware of very serious allegations that relate to the transportation and storage from Leonardo of defence technology by UEA&S in my constituency. When MOD police visited my constituents, they were told that prosecutions were likely to follow and that they would receive a copy of the investigation report. They're still waiting. Every request I've made for a meeting with ministers has been turned down for over a year now. Will the minister now meet with me, and will he give me a copy of the report? Because there are serious concerns that there's a cover-up going on here.
I can say to the honourable gentleman that actually there have been inspections on site at the premises he's talking about. There was nothing there that was seen to be of concern. However, I completely understand the issues that this is causing for his constituents, and I'd be more than happy to meet with him and them.
Oh, well, the honourable gentleman is, I suspect, imploring me. And I want to hear from the honourable gentleman for Tewkesbury. He's been sitting patiently in his usual statesman-like fashion. So we'll hear from the fella. Mr. Lawrence Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 18.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Defence spent £18.9 billion with UK industry in 2017-18, which supported 115,000 jobs directly across the country.
Mr. Lawrence Robertson.
I thank the Minister for that response. We'd be aware that one of the world's largest propeller manufacturers, Doughty Propellers, had a very unfortunate fire in my constituency 4 years ago. Owned by an American company, GE Aviation, they could have rebuilt that factory anywhere, but they've chosen to build it in my constituency, in this country, thereby securing 350 jobs. So can I thank the government for their contribution through the digital propulsion scheme, which will certainly contribute to the success of that company.
Well, I congratulate my honourable friend for the work that he's done in this area, and very much welcome the fact that GE Aviation's investment is creating this new propeller facility. I know that that will continue to contribute to the massive contribution that the defence industry plays in the southwest of the UK, and it will continue to provide the jobs that many people rely on.
Order. Topical questions. West Streeting.
Speaker, topical number 1.
In this, the 50th year of a continuous at-sea nuclear deterrent, the MOD is proud to continue to protect the security and stability of our nation, but also of our allies. I'll be attending the service of commemoration at Westminster Abbey on the 3rd of May. I hope many colleagues on both sides of the House will also be able to commemorate this important milestone.
We're streeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the Defence Secretary's speech to Rusi on the 11th of February, particularly the Defence Secretary's remark about the deployment of the Queen Elizabeth to the South China Sea, George Osborne described the speech as a throwback to an era of gunboat diplomacy. Lord Dannatt described the Secretary of State's speech in the context of wanting to use defence as a platform to develop his own career. Could he take this opportunity to explain exactly what he means by that deployment, and whether he's managed to have a discussion with the Chancellor about the finer points of international diplomacy and trade?
Well, as I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman will be aware, we're the second largest investor in the Southeast Asia region. We have strong and many deep allies in terms of Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, and of course the United States. So it's perfectly natural that we'll continue to operate and exercise alongside our allies. That is what is normal and what would be expected.
How does my right honourable friend score his department on their agreement with the Treasury to disperse of land now considered requirement to needs for the MOD and to release that land for the housing market?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is absolutely right that we need to release that land. 2% of Britain is actually owned by the MOD. It's now surplus to requirements. It's important that we have a programme of disbursement which works with local communities so we can free up that land for important housing.
Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the entire House was disturbed yesterday to hear reports in the press of injuries sustained by UK Special Forces in Yemen, and I'm sure the entire House would join me in wishing them a speedy recovery. I appreciate that the MOD does not comment on Special Forces operations, but this news certainly illustrates, Mr. Speaker, the engagement that UK forces now have in that part of the Arabian Peninsula. So will the Secretary of State now make a statement to the House and to ensure that we and our constituents can know more about the UK's ongoing role in that desperate and devastating conflict?
Hear, hear.
As the honourable gentleman knows, we neither confirm nor deny the use of our special forces.
Rachel McLean.
financially.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, very much. As a proud member of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, I've been so privileged to visit a number of servicemen and women around the world. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that this is a fantastic career for women as well as men? And can he update me on what more he's doing to encourage more women to join our armed services?
Well, as was touched upon earlier, we're very much showing and leading by example with the promotion of many women into some of the highest roles within both the Army, Navy and, of course, the Royal Air Force as well. But what we've been looking at is how we do our advertising, how we do the reach out to encourage more women to understand there is a very positive career to play in terms of our armed forces.
Mr Speaker, normally it takes 3 years to train an RAF pilot. Will the Minister explain why it is now taking up to 7 years?
Mr Speaker, we accept that there have been issues with this contract, absolutely, but we are working very closely with industry at the moment to try and resolve that, to make sure that there are those training facilities that are needed for the people that want to take up that career.
Oh, another question? The Honourable Gentleman wants another one. Wayne David, very well.
Mr Speaker, well, we had a very interesting response from the Minister, but isn't it the case that there is this problem because there are shortages of planes and instructors, and things are so bad that the MOD are paying a private contractor for phantom courses that never take place? On current estimates, it will take another 20 years before the RAF has enough pilots. So how does the Minister propose to remedy this totally unacceptable situation?
Well, as I said to the Honourable Gentleman a moment ago, I have met with industry recently. I have spoken to, for example, the Chief Executive of BAE Systems. I want those industries to work together to come up with a solution. That's the challenge we're giving them.
Sir Desmond Swain! Having hitherto restrained EU military ambition, why are we now seeking to be its vanguard?
Well, of course, the reality is that NATO is a cornerstone of our defence, and whilst we have participated in past in EU missions such as Op Atlanta or Op Althea, we will only do so if it's in our national interest in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Our defence manufacturers are based in every corner of this country, many of them providing vital contribution to local and regional economies. But SMEs have said to me they feel disadvantaged because they can't get down to London for many of the procurement briefings that take place. Will the Minister crack open the gates of Whitehall, get his civil servants out around the country to see the brilliant work by manufacturers across our country?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and that is exactly what we're doing. I was very pleased to host an SME forum myself in Belfast. The next one will be in Wales, but we have officials all over the country engaging with SMEs because we recognise that there's a massive contribution that they can make to the defence needs of this country.
Andrea Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In England, 1 in 6 people report experiencing a common mental health problem in any given week. Within both the military and serving veteran communities, there exists the additional stigma which prevents individuals seeking help. What steps is the Department doing to reduce the stigma and support military charities such as the RAF Association, who are actively supporting these individuals?
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend touches on such an important issue that is critical if we are to retain people in the armed forces. We need to provide the necessary support when it comes to these mental health issues. As the Prime Minister herself has said, she wants to see parity between mental and physical health, and that's exactly what the 2017 mental health strategy seeks to secure.
Ronnie Cowan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In a reply to a recent written question, I was told the United Kingdom government can only deploy armed military forces on UK soil at the request, for example, the appropriate police force. Has the response to such a request been considered as part of post-Brexit contingency plans?
We always have had long-established military assistance to civilian authorities rules, and local authorities, police authorities and all government departments understand that, and we always respond in any way we can do to support and help.
A very senior parliamentary celebrity, Sir Edward Lee.
If RAF Scampton is to close, which the whole people of Lincolnshire naturally oppose, in deciding where the Red Arrows should go, will the Secretary of State bear in mind that we have 3 excellent airfields, Waddington, Coningsby and Cranwell, and above all, wonderful airspace, and we should not move the Red Arrows to an inferior county like Yorkshire?
I very much appreciate the strong campaigning that my right honourable friend has been undertaking in terms of keeping the Red Arrows in Lincolnshire, and will certainly be listening very closely to all arguments.
Mary Glendon!
Speaker, our satisfaction with pay...
Order! I understand the air of excitement and anticipation of important matters, but the question from the Honourable Lady, the member for North Tyneside, is important and must be heard. Mary Glendon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our satisfaction with pay and pension benefits is at its lowest levels ever recorded. Does the Minister accept that 7 years of below inflation pay rises have had a severe effect on the morale of our armed forces?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we take the continuous attitude survey very seriously. We are concerned that there has been a fall in morale. I'm pleased to see the Chancellor is in his place, and I hope he'll recognise that when the spending review comes round for allocation.
Pausey!
Speaker, in our spend on defence, it's important that our armed forces get the best, and in respect of naval propulsion systems, that means the low vibration motors produced by GE Energy in Rugby. Does the Minister agree it's important to maintain that capability in the UK?
Well, I know that this is an issue that my honourable friend has raised a number of times, and myself and the Minister for Defence Procurement have also met with him. We're working very closely with GE to do everything we can do to support the business going forward, including the enormous work that's been put into securing export orders as well.
Anna Soubry!
Mr. Speaker, nobody in Broxtowe wants the British Army to leave Chetwynd Barrett, especially as we're so proud of our association with the Sappers, the Royal Engineers. But we understand that the land must be sold off. What we are concerned about is the delay in the sale, and I'd be grateful if the Minister would be agreeable to a meeting so that we can see how we can best dispose of the land for housing.
Minister Elwood!
I'd be delighted to meet my honourable friend in order to discuss this. I know she's been passionate about this particular issue, and we'll see whether we can resolve the matter.
Order. We must now move on. Statement. The Prime Minister.
Thank you. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement on last week's European Council. Before the Council, I wrote to President Tusk to seek formal approval for the legally binding assurances on the Northern Ireland backstop and alternative arrangements agreed in Strasbourg on the 11th of March. I reported your statement, Mr. Speaker, which made clear that for a further meaningful vote to take place, the deal would have to be fundamentally different, not different in terms of wording, but different in terms of substance. I explained that as a result, some honourable and right honourable members were seeking further changes to the withdrawal agreement, and I requested a short extension to the Article 50 process to the 30th of June. I regret having to do so. I wanted to deliver Brexit on the 29th of March, but I'm conscious of my duties as Prime Minister to all parts of our United Kingdom, and of the damage that union leaving without a deal could do when one part of it is without devolved government and unable, therefore, to prepare properly. The Council formally endorsed the legal instrument relating to the withdrawal agreement and the joint statement supplementing the political declaration. This should increase the confidence of the House that the backstop is unlikely ever to be used and would only be temporary if it is. But the Council also reiterated, once again, its long-standing position that there could be no reopening of the withdrawal agreement. So however the House decides to proceed this week, everyone should be absolutely clear that changing the withdrawal agreement is simply not an option. Turning to extending Article 50, this has always required the unanimous agreement of the other 27 member states. As I've made clear before, it was never guaranteed that the EU would agree to an extension or the terms on which we requested it, and they did not. Instead, the Council agreed that if the House approves the withdrawal agreement this week, our departure will be extended to 11 p.m. on the 22nd of May. This will allow time for Parliament to pass the withdrawal agreement bill, which is legally necessary for the deal to be ratified. But if the House does not approve the withdrawal agreement this week, our departure will instead be extended only to 11 p.m. on the 12th of April. At this point, we would either leave with no deal or we would indicate a way forward before this date for consideration by the European Council. If this involved a further extension, it would certainly mean participation in the European parliamentary elections. The Council's conclusions were subsequently turned into a legal decision, with which the UK agreed and which came into force last Friday. So while the government has today laid a statutory instrument, which will be debated later this week, to reflect this in our domestic legislation, the date for our departure from the EU has now changed in international law. Were the House not to pass the statutory instrument, it would cause legal confusion and damaging uncertainty, but it would not have any effect on the date. But it would not have any effect on the date of our exit. Mr. Speaker, I continue to believe that the right path forward is for the United Kingdom to leave the EU as soon as possible with a deal, now on the 22nd of May. But it is with great regret that I have had to conclude that as things stand, there is still not sufficient support in the House to bring back the deal for a third meaningful vote. I continue to have discussions with colleagues across the House to build support so that we can bring the vote forward this week and guarantee Brexit. If we cannot, the government made a commitment that we would work across the House to find a majority on a way forward. The amendment in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, seeks to provide for this process by taking control of the order paper. I continue to believe doing so would be an unwelcome precedent to set, which would overturn the balance of our democratic institutions. So the government will oppose this amendment this evening, but in order to fulfil our commitments to this House, would seek to provide government time in order for this process to proceed. It would be for this House to put forward options for consideration and to determine the procedure by which they wish to do so. But I must confess that I am sceptical about such a process of indicative votes. When we've tried this kind of thing in the past, it's produced contradictory outcomes or no outcome at all. There is a further risk when it comes to Brexit, as the UK is only one half of the equation, and the votes could lead to an outcome that is unnegotiable with the EU. No government could give a blank cheque to commit to an outcome without knowing what it is. So I cannot commit the government to delivering the outcome of any votes held by this House, but I do commit to engaging constructively with this process. There are many different views on the way forward. But I want to explain the options as I understand them. The default outcome continues to be to leave with no deal. But this House has previously expressed its opposition to that path and may very well do so again this week. The alternative is to pursue a different form of Brexit or a second referendum. But the bottom line remains. If the House does not approve the withdrawal agreement this week and is not prepared to countenance leaving without a deal, we will have to seek a longer extension. This would entail the UK having to hold European elections, and it would mean that we will not have been able to guarantee Brexit. These are now choices the House will have the opportunity to express its view on. Mr. Speaker, this is the first chance I've had to address the House since my remarks last Wednesday evening.
The House must calm itself. The Prime Minister is addressing the House and must be heard. Colleagues know from the record that they have a full opportunity to question the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister.
I expressed my frustration with our collective failure to take a decision. But I know that many members across this House are frustrated too, and we all have difficult jobs to do. People on all sides of the debate hold passionate views, and I respect those differences. I would also like to thank those colleagues, all of those colleagues that have supported the deal so far, and those that have taken the time to meet with me to discuss their concerns. I hope we can all agree we are now at the moment of decision, and in doing so we must confront the reality of the hard choices before us. Unless this House agrees to it, no deal will not happen. No Brexit must not happen, and a slow Brexit, which extends Article 50 beyond the 22nd of May, forces the British people to take part in European elections, and gives up control of any of our borders, laws, money or trade, is not a Brexit that will bring the British people together. I know that the deal I've put forward is a compromise. It seeks to deliver on the referendum and retain trust in our democracy, while also respecting the concerns of those who voted to remain. But if this House can back it, we could be out of the European Union in less than 2 months. There will be no further extensions, no threat to Brexit, and no risk of a no deal. That, I believe, is the way to deliver the Brexit the British people voted for, and I commend this statement to the House.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Prime Minister for an advance copy of the statement and for the meetings that we've had in recent days. Mr. Speaker, the government's approach to Brexit has now become a national embarrassment. After 2 years of failure, broken promises after broken promises, the Prime Minister finally accepted the inevitable last week and voted to extend Article 50 and went to Brussels to negotiate. Last week's summit represented another negotiating failure for the Prime Minister. Her proposals were rejected and new terms were imposed on her. We now have an extension until mid-April or May the 22nd. And despite the clearly expressed will of this House, we will still face the prospect of a disastrous no-deal Brexit. This is even more remarkable given that the Minister for the Cabinet Office told this very chamber, and I quote, "Seeking such a short and critically one-off extension would be, in his words, downright reckless." Mr. Speaker, this failure has been compounded by the Prime Minister's attempts last week to pin the blame for this debacle on others. It was wholly inappropriate last Wednesday for the Prime Minister to try and pit the people against MPs. MPs elected here doing their duty to hold the government of the day to account. That is what Parliament exists for. And in a climate of heightened emotions where MPs on all sides have received threats and intimidation, I hope the Prime Minister will further reflect and think again about making what I believe to be such dangerous and irresponsible statements. Yes. Every step of the way along this process, the government has refused to reach out, refused to listen and refused to find a consensus that can represent the views of the whole country, not just the Conservative Party. Large parts of our country continue to be ignored by this government. No wonder so many people felt compelled to march on the streets or sign petitions over the weekend. Even the most ardent of Leavers, Mr. Speaker, the most ardent of Leavers think this government has failed. It's easy to understand the frustration at this chaos. It exists in this House, in Brussels and across the country. The government has no plan. For them, it's all about putting the Conservative Party before the country. Given that the Prime Minister admitted she does not have the numbers for her deal, will she accept today that her deal is dead and that the House should not have its time wasted giving the same answer for a third time? But the Prime Minister has succeeded in unifying two sides against her deal. The CBI and the TUC's unprecedented joint statement last week demanded a Plan B which protects jobs, workers, industry and communities. Has the Prime Minister got a Plan B? No. The government has failed and let the people down, whether they voted leave or whether they voted remain. The country cannot continue to afford a Tory crisis. It's time, Mr. Speaker, for Parliament to take control. And that's why, later today, we will be backing the amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Member for West Dorset. You made it clear last week, Mr. Speaker, that for the Prime Minister to bring a deal back, there must be significant changes. There are none. Rather than trying to engineer a way to bring back the same twice-rejected deal, will the Prime Minister instead allow, rather than fight plans for indicative votes? She cannot both accept her deal does not have the numbers and stand in the way of finding an alternative that may have the numbers. It is ridiculous to suggest that Parliament taking control is overturning democratic institutions. It's not, Mr. Speaker. It's Parliament doing its democratic job of holding government to account. So, Mr. Speaker, so will she agree to abide by the outcome of these indicative votes if they take place on Wednesday? On behalf of the Labour Party, we will continue with cross-party discussions to find a way forward, and I thank those members who have met with colleagues of mine and myself to have these discussions. I believe there is support in this House for a deal based on an alternative that protects jobs, the economy through a customs union and full single market access, and allows us to continue the benefit from participation in vital agencies and security measures. If the government refuses to accept this, we will support measures for a public vote to stop a no-deal or chaotic Tory deal. The government has had over 2 years to find a solution and has failed. It's time, Mr. Speaker, we put an end to this and move on from the chaos and failure and begin to clean up the mess. It's time for Parliament to work together and agree on a plan B. If she's brave, the Prime Minister would help facilitate for this. If not, Parliament must send a clear message in the coming days. Mr. Speaker, I hope where the government has failed, this House can and will succeed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the right honourable gentleman indicates that we still face the he said we still face the prospect of no deal. The House has rejected no deal. As I said earlier, the House has rejected it. It's rejected, I think, twice now, and could very well continue to reject it. But the only way of actually putting that into practice is to support a deal. Now, he talks about reaching out. I have reached out to party leaders across this House and to other members of this House. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, have both held a number of meetings with members across this House and with party leaders. But the right honourable gentleman ended by saying that it is now time for the House to decide. But the point is that up till now the House has not decided. The House has had... Yet again, honourable members on the opposition benches say they haven't had a chance. The House has had many chances to put amendments down. The House has voted twice on the right honourable gentleman's plans for the future and rejected them. It has voted to reject no deal. It has also voted to reject a second referendum. He asked whether I was going to, whether the government would commit to abide by the indicative votes. I did, as the right honourable gentleman accepted, give him advance notice of my statement. I then read the statement. It did clearly say I cannot commit the government to delivering the outcome of any votes held by this House. And honourable members, well, the Shadow Foreign Secretary shouts that's not good enough. If she just thinks about this, for a moment, just thinks about this. First of all, we don't know what the options are going to be that will be tabled. Secondly, we don't know what will be selected. But there's another point. I think it is important that no one would want to support an option which contradicted the manifesto on which they stood for election to this House. And the Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster obviously will be opening the debate this afternoon and will refer to the processes that are involved in the House. But the right honourable gentleman said it was important that MPs were elected here to make decisions. Yes, to take responsibility and to make decisions. But the MPs elected here to this House at this time have a duty to respect the result of the referendum that took place in 2016, and attempts to stop that result of that referendum being put into place, or attempts to change that result of that referendum, are not respecting the voters and not respecting our democracy. And then finally, the right honourable gentleman mentioned the fact that a number of people had marched on the question of a second referendum. Indeed.
Order. The House is in a very agitated state, but it's at an early stage in the proceedings. Calm. The Prime Minister.
The right honourable gentleman referred to the fact that a march for a second referendum took place. It is in fact the right honourable gentleman's policy. I noticed that his deputy went on the march. I thought the right honourable gentleman normally jumped at any opportunity to go on a march, but on this occasion he wasn't actually there. I can only assume on this occasion he was involved but not present.
Sir John Redwood.
Will the Prime Minister say to a Leave voter who wants us to leave on the 29th of March and thinks that indicative votes are a waste of time because, as she rightly says, the options on offer have already been rejected once or twice in this Parliament?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right that the options that appear to be in offer have already been rejected by this Parliament. I would have to point out, of course, that for reasons that I explained in my statement in relation particularly to the governance of part of the United Kingdom, we have requested the extension to Article 50, so that 29th of March date is no longer there. But I would say to a Leave voter, we can guarantee Brexit. We can guarantee Brexit and leaving on the 22nd of May by supporting, as the Council conclusion suggests, by supporting the deal that has been put forward. That is the way to guarantee Brexit. Anything else does not guarantee Brexit.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister for an advance copy of her statement. Mr. Speaker, we are in a crisis, but one of the Prime Minister's own making. Her ill-judged speech before she departed for Brussels concluded that everyone's to blame but herself, trying to put herself on the side of the people and blaming parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, it was Trump-esque. We don't need such raw populism at a time like this. It is truly flabbergasting. Will she now apologise for blaming parliamentarians the way that she did today? The Prime Minister needs to be reminded she's supposed to be leading a country. None on these benches think she can deliver. Her backbenchers don't think she can deliver. People right across the United Kingdom don't think she can deliver. Prime Minister, time is up. Mr. Speaker, today is about parliamentarians taking back control. People at home are watching and they are ashamed of this Parliament, ashamed of this government, ashamed of the embarrassment that British politics has become. Parliament today must move to find a consensus. We must come together and protect the interests of citizens across Scotland and all other parts of the United Kingdom. Members, we still have a choice. And Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Prime Minister, now with all sincerity, will she respect the will of Parliament and reject no deal? You know, when the Prime Minister is telling us that our votes don't count, at the same time Privy Councillors are being given briefings by her government, and those briefings are talking about the catastrophe and the real risks that there are to the United Kingdom, and it's the Prime Minister that is threatening the people of the United Kingdom with a no deal, and a no deal that this Parliament has already rejected. Mr. Speaker, what is the point of all of us sitting in this chamber and voting on debates and the Prime Minister thinks she can ignore parliamentary sovereignty? What a disgrace, what an insult to this place. Because if our votes don't count, then frankly, we may as well just go home. If this House... Well, I'll tell you something, Mr. Speaker. If this Prime Minister is telling the people of Scotland that our votes don't count when we voted to remain, well, we know what the answer is. And the day is coming that the people of Scotland will vote for independence and we will be an independent country in the European Union. So, will the Prime Minister tell us, do our votes count? Are they binding on the government, or is this just a puppet show? If that is the case, this is the greatest assault on democracy inflicted by any Prime Minister, and if members of Parliament are prepared to tolerate that, then shame on them. Shame on them. Mr. Speaker, Scotland will not be dragged out of the European Union by this Prime Minister. From the very beginning of this process, Scotland has been ignored, and now we learn that Parliament will once again be ignored. Mr. Speaker, at the weekend I was proud and privileged to take part in a historic march in London. I was proud to stand with the people alongside Scotland's First Minister and demand that the government listen to the people. And let me tell the Prime Minister this, she said that no deal is the alternative. Well, we on these benches will move revoke, because the Scottish parliamentarians have made sure that we have that power, and we will stop the Prime Minister driving us off a cliff edge. Over 1 million people marched to have the chance to vote again, to stop this chaos. Prime Minister, why are you not listening? Mr. Speaker, the PM must end this madness. Put it to the people. Let's have a people's vote.
I say to the right honourable gentleman, he was putting forward a number of proposals for the way forward in the speech that he has just given in response to my statement. There was one point at which he talked about Scotland voting to be an independent, would vote to become an independent country in the European Union. Of course, what was perfectly clear in the independence referendum in 2014, where Scotland rejected independence and decided to stay. Oh, the right honourable gentleman says, give it a rest. He stands up here proclaiming the benefits of democracy, and yet tells me to give it a rest when I point out that the people of Scotland voted to remain part of the United Kingdom. And he talks about coming together. This House has a duty to deliver Brexit. That means, I believe, delivering a Brexit with a deal that enables that smooth and orderly exit. And when he asked the question about whether his vote counts and votes in this House count, then of course votes in this House count. But so do the votes of 17.4 million people who voted to leave the European Union.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The statutory instrument for extension of time was laid 1 hour ago. There is grave concern that there was no lawful UK authority for the decision on March the 22nd to extend the exit date. Did the Prime Minister seek the Attorney General's advice beforehand, as clearly required by both the Ministerial Code and the Cabinet Manual, and will she publish that advice? And why did she not invoke the commencement order for Section 1 of the Withdrawal Act, repealing the European Communities Act 1972?
The right honourable gentleman talks about the decision to extend Article 50. This House had supported an extension of Article 50. Yes, the Council took a different decision in relation to the length of time that extension could take place for, but it was clear from this House, and people are saying to me, listen to this House and respect the House. The House was clear that an extension of Article 50 should be sought, and an extension was agreed.
Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has told the House that if her withdrawal agreement is not approved by this Friday, then the extension we have been granted will only last until the 12th of April. If the Prime Minister currently does not intend to bring her deal back for another vote, she will then be faced with only two choices. Either doing nothing, in which case we will leave with no deal on the 12th of April, or applying for a further extension. Given the crisis that is facing our country, the public have a right to know which of those two options the Prime Minister intends to choose. Prime Minister, could you please tell us?
The right honourable gentleman is right that I said that as things stand, I did not believe there was support for bringing back a meaningful vote, but I also indicated that I was continuing to talk to colleagues across this House, and I would hope to be able to bring back a vote in this House that enables us to guarantee Brexit, because the one way of guaranteeing Brexit is to abide by the decision that was taken last week and ensure that we leave on the 22nd of May.
Mrs. Theresa Villiers.
Prime Minister welcomed the comments of the Taoiseach over the weekend that he believes that there are special arrangements that could be put in place to maintain an invisible border on the island of Ireland, even in the event that the UK leaves without a deal.
We have, as my right honourable friend knows, and she's been involved in some of these discussions, been looking at the alternative arrangements that could be put in place, and further work is required. But I would also draw my right honourable friend's attention to, I believe, a release by the European Commission today in which they make clear that in all circumstances all EU laws would have to be abided by.
Mr. Vincent Cable.
Those of us who were among the million on Saturday naturally regret that both she and the Leader of the Opposition were too busy to join us. But can I ask, does she agree with the observation of her Chancellor that such a referendum would be a perfectly coherent proposition?
Well, gentlemen, I think virtually every time he stands up in either a statement or a speech, a debate where I'm opening a debate here in this House on this subject, tends to ask me about a second referendum. My view about a second referendum is very simple. I wasn't not on the march because I was too busy, as he says, but of course he and I hold a different opinion about a second referendum. I believe that it's important for this House, rather than talking about and wanting to pass the decision back to the British people again, to actually say to the British people, we will abide by the instruction that you gave us in the referendum in 2016.
Sir Patrick McLaughlin.
The cost to the British people of the amount of money which will be payable under the deal that the Prime Minister has put forward is between £34 and £39 billion. What does the government estimate the cost to the United Kingdom of no deal?
Well, my right honourable friend asks an important question. We have published economic analysis which shows the impact of no deal. Of course, as a government, we have put over £4 billion is being spent in preparations for leaving the European Union with or without a deal. But as I say, there is economic analysis which shows the impact of no deal over the coming months. My own view is that over time we would be able to address the issues that arose, but there would be an immediate impact to the economy.
Vic Cooper.
The Prime Minister said that she is prepared to provide for indicative votes and also to engage constructively with the process. But she has also, and appeared to again be, many times ruled out supporting a customs union. So can I ask her, if a customs union is supported as part of some indicative votes, is she ruling out the government attempting to negotiate a customs union with the European Union?
The Right Honourable Lady has asked me on a number of occasions about a customs union. I've made my view on a customs union very clear. That, and I think those, there are a number of proposals that have been suggested over time in this House for alternative ways forward in relation to a deal. But there are a number of questions that members need to ask themselves in relation to those issues. So in talking about a customs union, what are the rules that the Right Honourable Lady would see actually being abided by? Would they involve abiding by state aid rules? In some of the proposals that have been put forward, there's a real question about free movement, and would free movement continue to be abided by? My own view is, having stood, I stood on a manifesto which made a reference to a customs union. I stood on a manifesto which made a reference to a customs union because I and the party opposite both believed we should be able to have an independent trade policy. It continues to be my view that we should have an independent trade policy in the future.
Mr. M. Patterson.
Speaker, the European Commission today said that all preparations for no deal had been completed. And last week in the statement, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary for DEXU made clear that very good progress was being made on the UK front in preparation for no deal. So it's a bit surprising, Mr. Speaker, to hear from the Prime Minister that Northern Ireland is unable to prepare properly because it hasn't got devolved government. Which areas of government activity present a problem, and when will they be resolved?
I say to my right honourable friend, it is the Northern Ireland Civil Service do not have the powers to take the necessary decisions that would be needed in a circumstance in which there was a no deal and the UK left the European Union with a no deal. Now, it is possible to address those issues, but that had not been done by the 29th of March. The question about the impact on Northern Ireland and where there was no devolved government was an important one. And I believe that it's absolutely right that the government took the view that it was not appropriate to allow that no deal to go ahead at a time when the powers were not in place to ensure proper exercise of the decision-making necessary in a no deal situation.
Mr. Nigel Dodds.
Speaker, but just on that last point, the Prime Minister has known for some considerable time, and so has the House, that the 29th of March was the target date. So why hasn't appropriate preparations been made? Why do we need another 2 weeks? What's going to happen in another 2 weeks that couldn't have happened up to now? I mean, this is a fundamental lack of preparation, and the government's entirely responsible for that, if that's the case, because this is a new argument. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, this is an entirely new argument that we're hearing for the first time as to why we need extension. But could I ask the Prime Minister, further to the question that the former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland raised, someone with great experience, having served, I think, 4 years in Northern Ireland, who raises the point that Leo Varadkar has made it clear that in terms of a no deal, that he is very confident there will be no border checks. Michel Barnier has said the same. Angela Merkel has said the same. She shakes her head, but that's what he said. That's what he said. So the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that this backstop problem, which has been elevated, one has to ask, and I'd like the Prime Minister's views on this, why is it that the EU insists on this when, in the case of a no deal, it doesn't need to have any checks? And why is it that the Prime Minister ever agreed to this backstop in the first place, which is the thing that bedevils her agreement?
Can I say first of all to the right honourable gentleman that actually the issue of the positioning governments of Northern Ireland in a no-deal situation, it's not the first time that it's been raised today. It was raised by my right honourable friend, the DEFRA Secretary, in the debate on no-deal, which took place nearly 2 weeks ago. In relation to the question of the border checks in Northern Ireland, I would simply say to the right honourable gentleman, a number of statements are made and have been made from individuals about the situation in relation to the border in Northern Ireland. What is also clear that actually when you look at the detail of what the European Union has said, they have not said, they've made clear that European Union law would need to be adhered to in any circumstance in which there was no deal. We ourselves have said, and the right honourable gentleman is aware of this, that we would ensure that we were moving towards a period of time for a temporary period, because of the legal situation it could only be for a temporary period, of having minimal checks with exceptions. But the legal position is a different one in relation to the necessity to be able to have certain checks taking place. And the European Union has been clear that EU law would need to be applied in all of these circumstances.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To carry on with that point that has just been raised, is the Prime Minister suggesting that in order for Northern Ireland to be ready to leave with no deal, there would need to be some form of direct decision-making by us in this House in the absence of a Stormont government?
Yes, my honourable friend is absolutely right. If there is no Stormont government, if powers are needed and ministerial direction is needed, which is not available to the civil servants currently, it would require some form of direct application of powers here from this Westminster.
Angela Eagle.
Speaker, the Prime Minister appears to have ruled out bringing back her deal for an indefinite amount of time, and yet we only have 2 weeks before we crash out without a deal. She said that she won't necessarily take notice of this House's indicative votes process, and she's also said that she will not continue as Prime Minister if we remain in the EU beyond June the 30th. This seems to be pointing directly to a prime ministerial dash for no deal. Will she actually say that that is not what she wants, and tell us when she's going to abandon her deal rather than just keep postponing the vote on it?
I have always been clear that I want us to leave the European Union. My preference is for us to leave the European Union with a deal. But I have always also been clear, and it is a very simple, logical fact, that it isn't possible simply to say from honourable members that they don't want no deal. If they're going to leave the European Union, then we have to have a deal if we're not going to leave without a deal.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Given that the deal that is on offer now is exactly the same as the deal that was on offer a week ago, why does the Prime Minister think that you, Mr. Speaker, would allow it to be voted upon in this session?
Minister.
can I say to my honourable friend that I'm very clear of the strictures that the Speaker gave when he made his statement last week, and that were we to bring forward a further motion to this House, we would of course ensure that that further motion met with the requirements that the Speaker had made.
Joanna Cherry.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's hard to believe what one hears in this House these days, but we have it written down in black and white here that the Prime Minister said this afternoon that she cannot commit to delivering the outcome of any votes held by this House. What's the point? Does she realise that this makes a mockery of parliamentary democracy? And will she reconsider and commit to holding a binding vote to avoid a no-deal Brexit?
To the honourable lady, that it's a very simple position. An indicative vote is exactly that, an indicative vote. That I'm sure members of this House cannot expect the government simply to give a blank cheque to any vote that was that came through. For example, the SNP position is that they would like to see this House voting to revoke Article 50. This government's position is that we should deliver on the referendum result that took place in 2016 and deliver Brexit.
Mark Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, you have told us in the dispatch box on 108 separate occasions that we would leave the European Union on the 29th of March. You have told the House it's now the 12th of April. But you have not changed your mind about ruling out a second referendum, unlike your Chancellor, who on Ridge yesterday effectively opened the door to it. Have you said anything to the Chancellor about this? Or has collective responsibility on your watch completely collapsed?
I think the Chancellor of the Exchequer made the point that this was one of the propositions. It is indeed one of the propositions that has been put forward. It's been referenced in questions already. It's been referenced by members across this House, but I assure my honourable friend that I have not changed my view about it. As I indicated earlier, I believe we should deliver on the result of the first referendum.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister speaks of the frustration felt by MPs. Does the Prime Minister accept that frustration is born out of her intransigence, which is the greatest barrier to getting a deal? Following up from the question from my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, if you don't get a deal through Parliament by this Friday, then in 18 days' time, by the 12th of April, we will have to decide whether we want a longer extension or whether we want to crash out without a deal. Given that Parliament has voted twice already not to leave without a deal, will you confirm that by the 12th of April you will seek that longer extension and abide by the wishes of this Parliament?
To the honourable lady, that she's absolutely right in the results of the council meeting that took place last week. If we can guarantee Brexit and leave on the 22nd of May by agreeing a deal this week, if we fail to do that, then we will have to look, and we've been clear about the commitment to facilitate seeing whether there is a majority across this House for anything. But the government cannot be expected simply to say that anything that comes through the government will accept. We all stood on manifestos. We all have positions in relation to our duty to deliver on the referendum. And I think that's important, and we should keep that in our minds.
Mr. Kenneth Clark.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has accepted that the House is going to have so-called indicative votes to try to find if there's a majority for a way forward, but she has twice now, I think, declined to commit the government to giving effect to a majority in this House, citing the fact that she stood on a manifesto which she thinks should guide things. May I remind her that that manifesto only appeared halfway through the election campaign. I don't think it was discussed in Cabinet. It was not circulated to the candidates who were already fighting their campaigns, and nothing in that manifesto in Europe played any part in the general election campaign. We're all being asked to show pragmatism, flexibility and put the national interest first. Can I ask her to be prepared to bend from her commitment to the manifesto, apart from the one proposal that she dropped fairly promptly when the manifesto first appeared?
To my right honourable learned friend, first of all, I don't accept the entire description that he set out there. But can I just say to my right honourable friend, I think we have looked in the whole process of negotiation. There has been compromise, but I don't think my right honourable and learned friend was a respected and long-standing member of previous governments. And I suspect that if my right honourable and learned friend had been standing at this dispatch box prior to the possibility of indicative votes, and we have to see, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster will make a reference, obviously, to the government's position when he speaks, and further explanation when he speaks later this afternoon. But if our right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset's amendment passes, then of course there will be those indicative votes. But if my right honourable and learned friend was standing here as a government minister, I don't think he would give a blank cheque. I think he is indicating his assent with what I'm suggesting.
Kate Hoey.
The Prime Minister has said once again that the European Union are not going to, under any circumstances, look again at the withdrawal agreement. So I actually agree with her that indicative votes are a nonsense, because actually in the end they are talking about the future relationship and not about the withdrawal agreement. But can I say to her now, why will she not start preparing properly for, and I don't call it a no deal, it's not a no deal, it's a different type of deal that would take us out from, it's a WTO deal. Why will she not continue to prepare for that and to make sure that in the end, what really matters is the people's vote, not what this Parliament says?
Say to the right honourable lady that I hope I've expressed my belief that we should be delivering on the result of the 2016 referendum. Can I also say to the right honourable lady, we continue to prepare for no deal. Those preparations are being continued.
Mr. Stephen Crabb.
I've heard many colleagues on the other side of the House say that they oppose the deal, not because they don't support the terms of the withdrawal agreement. In fact, many of them go to pains to say they do support the terms of the withdrawal agreement, but because they have problems with the political declaration. Has the Prime Minister considered providing this House with an opportunity to have votes on the terms of the withdrawal agreement and then on the political declaration to enable us to come to a view about whether the terms of our departure are acceptable to a majority of the House?
Say to my right honourable friend that, of course, throughout the debate that we've had previously, one of the concerns that many people across the House have raised was about the political declaration and the fact that it wasn't legal text, and a concern to, if you like, tie it down further, which is what we did do in our discussion with the European Union. But I'm sure my right honourable friend has also seen the terms of the terms of the Council conclusions, but we've always worked to ensure that the political declaration could be firmed up, if one likes, to describe it as such, to give greater confidence in that sort of future relationship.
Very good indeed to see the honourable gentleman member for Wolverhampton South East back in his place and manifestly in rude health. Mr. Pat McFadden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pitching Parliament against the people undermines parliamentary democracy and feeds the far right. Does the Prime Minister regret her use of words last Wednesday night?
First of all, can I echo the Speaker's comments to say how good it is to see the right honourable gentleman back in his place. I was trying to make a very simple point last week, which is that this is a moment of decision for Parliament. We gave the people the choice. The people gave their decision. Parliament needs to deliver on that decision. And the time has come for Parliament to decide.
Sarah Newton.
I very much agree with my right honourable friend. This is the moment for Parliament to decide. And while I would very happily vote for the withdrawal agreement and the future declaration for a third time, other colleagues won't. So could my right honourable friend give us a bit more information about how the government is going to enable the House to come to a solution for a plan B so she can go back to the EU and make sure that we deliver on what all of us said we would do in this House, well, the main political parties said that they would do, and that is deliver Brexit with a deal.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her question, and the opportunity will come for the Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster in the debate that follows this statement to set out in a little more detail how the government sees the processes going forward over the next few days. It is, of course, the case that the European Union Council has made clear that the withdrawal agreement does remain closed and will not be reopened. And it's against that background, of course, that Parliament would look at any options that it brought forward.
Anna Soubry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can say, and I think on behalf of a lot of honourable and right honourable members, I was proud to march with the people. Those 1 million people from all over the United Kingdom, of all backgrounds and all generations, that came to London on a precious Saturday because they want this matter to go back to the people. Mr. Speaker, the people of this country are crying out for leadership, and businesses are crying out for certainty, and in this Prime Minister they are not getting either of those things. The Prime Minister was asked twice now by honourable members, right honourable members, on this side of the House, come April the 12th, if her withdrawal agreement has not been passed by this House, what is her plan B? Because she still hasn't told us, Mr. Speaker. Is it going to be no deal or a lengthy extension? Prime Minister, just answer the question.
Can I point out to the right honourable lady, she talks about the response of business. Business was very clear that it wanted this House to support the deal. Yes, business was very clear that it wanted the House to support the deal. When we get to the point, you see, some members, honourable members and right honourable members, are saying to me, the government should say now, what will you do on the 11th of April? Others are saying, listen to the House and do whatever the House says on the 11th of April. These two are not entirely compatible.
Has the Prime Minister noted the fourth section of the European Council conclusions, which state any unilateral commitment, statement or other act should be compatible with the letter and spirit of the withdrawal agreement? In noting the words any and should and the tense of this conclusion, does the Prime Minister conclude with me that it would be legally enforceable and allowable for the United Kingdom to give further interpretation on a unilateral declaration to reassure colleagues on our ability to exit the backstop?
Right honourable friend is right to draw attention to that conclusion. There are certain commitments which we, unilateral commitments, we've made unilateral commitments in relation to Northern Ireland. We've indicated we're prepared to make those unilateral commitments. And certainly that my right honourable friend has raised before this question of the application of international law, and we are looking again at how we can reflect that properly in any papers that are brought forward.
Mary Cray.
Minister's deal has been rejected twice and no deal has been rejected twice by this Parliament, and yet she stands here today threatening that we leave with no deal on April the 12th if her deal is not approved this week, and saying that she will whip her colleagues tonight to vote against the very process for which the EU has granted that extension. We are now in the levels of theatre of the absurd. 1 million people stood in Parliament Square demanding their right to be heard. If MPs can have 3 votes in 3 months, why can't the people have 2 votes in 3 years?
Can I say to the right honourable lady that there are 2 ways in which the extension has been granted by the European Union Council. The first, of course, is for us to exit on the 22nd of May with a deal, if this House were to agree a deal this week. The second is to provide for a possibility of the United Kingdom going forward to the European Union with some plan as to take that forward if the deal has not been agreed. I indicated in my statement why it is the case that the government will be whipping against the amendment in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset. And there are elements about this issue of Brexit, but there are also elements about the precedent that sets for the future, for the relationship between this House and the Executive.
Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted for the withdrawal agreement before, and I will willingly back to the Prime Minister and vote for it again. But I owe it to my constituents that if that should not pass, I have the opportunity to debate in full the alternatives. The Prime Minister urges us against the so-called let-win proposal, if I may put it that way, tonight, but says the government will bring time for alternatives to be considered. But can I press her again, as my honourable friend, the member for Truro and Falmouth did? Well, if that's to be the case, when?
I was going to say to my honourable friend, I hope that he would have a little more patience, because the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster will set out more details on this in relation to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster will set out more details in relation to this. We stand by the commitment that the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster gave in this House, that if it were the case that we had not, we're in the position of not having got a deal through, then in the 2 weeks after the European Union Council, that the government would facilitate that opportunity for people to look at the other options.
Peter Kyle.
The Prime Minister accused MPs of wasting time and playing games, but can I just remind her, it wasn't MPs that made her sign Article 50 before she was ready for the negotiations. It wasn't MPs that made her call a general election in the middle of the Article 50 process. It wasn't MPs that made her burn through 3 Brexit secretaries in 2 years. And it wasn't MPs that made her set red lines that could never pass this House. She has spoken consistently about compromise, but what she really has meant is capitulation. If she is really in the mood for compromise now, can I urge her to meet with those of us who are truly trying to work through and get a compromise to this place that can work for her and us?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman, I think I've said in this House before that I'm happy to meet with him and other members of this House, which I have, and I have been meeting, and as the Leader of the Opposition indicated, I met with him earlier this afternoon. But can I also just I have indicated that I am happy to meet members of this House to discuss these issues. But can I also remind the honourable gentleman, when he refers to triggering Article 50, this House voted to trigger Article 50. When he refers to the general election, actually the House voted for the general election.
Rachel McLean.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm that it is not the government's intention to hold European parliamentary elections? Because my constituents in Redditch who voted to leave the EU nearly 3 years ago would find that completely unacceptable.
Can I say to my honourable friend, I absolutely agree. I think people would ask what on earth we were doing if we, having voted to leave the EU nearly 3 years ago, then found themselves electing members to the European Parliament. But of course, the way in which we can ensure that we don't have to do that is to ensure we leave the European Union by the 22nd of May, and that is only possible if a deal is agreed this week.
Stephen Doughty.
Speaker, like many other members of this House, I was proud to walk alongside the over 1 million people in the streets on Saturday. And I walked along at one point alongside 2 youngsters and their family, and they were carrying a banner that said, "Votes, PM 3, People 1." Now, this is a very, very fundamental point. Can the Prime Minister explain to all the thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of young people up and down this country why she gets to have multiple votes on a deal that's been rejected by this House and is not supported by the country, and why the people don't get a chance to say whether they want to go ahead with a deal that this House can agree on?
That's right. Say to the honourable gentleman, this House votes on many occasions on many different issues. This House, one of the things this House voted on was to ask the people of this country whether or not we should leave the European Union. The people gave that decision. At the time, the government said it would abide by that decision, that it was not an advisory decision. It was effectively an instruction to this House. It was a duty of this House to be able to abide by that, and that's what we should be doing.
Crispin Blunt.
Does the Prime Minister understand that by taking no deal off the table at the behest of this Remainer Parliament, she has just put the final torpedo into her own deal and any real prospect of Brexit, and that her statement will represent the most shameful surrender by a British leader since Singapore in 1942.
Can I simply say to my right honourable friend that what I said in my statement was that this House has voted twice to reject no deal and may very well continue to vote to reject no deal, and may very well, as a House, attempt to ensure that no deal cannot take place. As the SNP have already indicated, they will be moving a vote to revoke Article 50, which would be to reverse the whole result of the referendum. I continue to want, and I also might point out to my right honourable friend that members opposite have been complaining that I have refused in my answers to take no deal off the table. The reality is that this House has shown its intention to do everything it can to take no deal off the table, and we all need to recognise that if we're going to deliver on Brexit, then we need to recognise that situation.
Sammy Wilson.
Prime Minister, the current difficulty which you face all hangs around the withdrawal agreement and the way in which Northern Ireland has been pulled into these discussions. This weekend, the Irish Government have made it quite clear that the whole premise of the withdrawal agreement is based on a foundation of sand. There will be no checks along the Irish border, therefore no threat to peace in Northern Ireland, therefore no disruption to the island of Ireland. And now today we're told that it's because Northern Ireland is not prepared. Yet all of the preparations which are done by central government apply to Northern Ireland. All of them apply to Northern Ireland. When are you going to stop using Northern Ireland as an excuse? And do you realise that the importance of this agreement to delivering Brexit and also to the unity of the United Kingdom is such that we will not be used in any scare tactics to push this through?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman that what I have genuinely been trying to achieve through everything that I have been doing is ensuring that we respect the wishes of the people of Northern Ireland and we respect Northern Ireland's position within the United Kingdom. Now, it is the case, as I say, that these remarks about the border have been made by, I think I'm right in saying, by the Taoiseach and others previously, and then they've been contradicted by the European Commission in terms of what might be necessary. So I merely say, well, the situation in relation to the European Union's proposal is that it's been very clear about European Union laws and the necessity of those EU laws being applied.
Order. I've no wish to distract from the importance of the matters, but there's been quite a naughty behaviour this afternoon, including by the Honourable Gentleman Member for East Antrim and the Right Honourable Gentleman Member for Rayleigh in Wickford, in repeatedly using the word "you," which is unparliamentary. So I am looking to a custodian of our fine traditions of parliamentary courtesy, and I need look no further than Victoria Prentice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but I think that the 2017 Conservative Manifesto is possibly not bedtime reading in many households. So let me remind the House briefly. We want to agree a deep and special partnership with the European Union. This partnership will benefit both the European Union and the United Kingdom. While we are leaving the European Union, we are not leaving Europe, and we want to remain committed partners and allies to our friends. Does the Prime Minister think that any of the indicative votes which we may be able to cast on Wednesday, aside from that on the meaningful vote on the withdrawal agreement, will be covered by that manifesto? And if so, will she whip us to vote in any particular way?
Well, my honourable friend is tempting me to indicate what we might do. We don't know what the options are. We don't know what the options that will be chosen or the sequence in which those will be chosen. But she's absolutely right to point out that we stood on a particular manifesto. We stood on a manifesto to honour the result of the referendum. The Labour Party stood on a manifesto to honour the result of the referendum. I think there is a way to honour the result of the referendum, and it's a pity we haven't been able to agree that.
Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister talks of frustration with Parliament. She also today, on a number of occasions, has said today is decision time. But given that she is not putting her deal to another vote, and she is preventing this House and not allowing this House to have indicative votes, could she advise us on how we are to express our decision?
First of all, can I say to the Honourable Lady that actually what I said was, as things stand, I wasn't bringing the meaningful vote back, but I continue to have discussions with colleagues across the House to build support so we can bring the vote forward this week and guarantee Brexit. The process, in the absence of a meaningful vote, in the absence of agreeing the deal this week, the process will be referred to by the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster in the debate that will take place after this statement. And of course there is the amendment down by my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, which gives an indication and a timetable were that amendment to be passed. I will be whipping against that amendment for the reasons I set out earlier.
James Cutledge.
If we go to indicative votes and we look at other options, the issue of free movement is likely to feature. Now, I strongly agree with the Prime Minister that the public want us to end free movement, but must we not recognise that immigration into this country from outside the European Union is now running at a 15-year high of 261,000. That's more than Ipswich and Colchester combined. Should we not therefore have some candour and say to the public that if we end free movement, immigration is unlikely to fall, it will simply come from much further afield?
Can I say to my honourable friend, over time, the government has taken a number of actions to ensure that we can deal with introducing more control into our immigration system. That is one of the advantages of ending free movement, is that actually we can bring an entirely new immigration system into place, which enables it to be skills-based rather than based on where somebody has, the country that somebody comes from. But I also believe that what underpinned, for many people, what underpinned their vote and desire to leave the European Union was a desire to see free movement end, and that's why it is absolutely right that the proposals the government has put forward would indeed do that.
Seema Malhotra.
Speaker, the fact that the Prime Minister has had to ask EU leaders for an Article 50 extension last week was a highly predictable outcome from an inflexible Prime Minister who has consistently sought to sideline Parliament and the country over the last 2 years. So further to the question by the Right Honourable Member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, if through indicative votes this House votes, for example, in favour of a Norway-based deal or a customs union, will she shift her red lines in line with the will of this House? Or will we come out of this process and her constructive engagement to find that nothing has changed?
I answered in my statement. I set out the position of the government in relation to the indicative votes, and that remains the government's position.
Jeremy Lafroy. No harm done at all.
Mr. Speaker, further to the question from my right honourable friend for Pembroke Preseli, would the Prime Minister agree that there is perhaps a majority across this House for the withdrawal agreement on its own, given that there needs to be a little bit more work done on the terms of the backstop, and that actually the political declaration is very close to the manifestos of both the Conservative and the Labour Party in 2017, and again, with a little bit more work, there should be a majority with goodwill across this House for the agreement.
The honourable friend is right that there are those across this House who obviously have concerns, continuing concerns with the withdrawal agreement, but many across the House who do not have those concerns in relation to the withdrawal agreement, but who do have concerns about the certainty of the future in the political declaration. The political declaration does provide for a spectrum of options in relation to our trading relationship for the future. I think we certainly stood on a manifesto commitment to have that independent trade policy. We want to see that delivered in the agreement we have with the European Union, but others in this House also stood on a basis of having that independent trade policy, and moving into a permanent customs union does not deliver on that independent trade policy.
Chris Leslie.
May I just press the Prime Minister a little further on this
notion she may scuttle any outcome of indicative votes because perhaps they're not negotiable with the European Union. She knows, because the Chancellor told us so yesterday, that a confirmatory referendum, a people's vote, is a perfectly viable proposition. I want to know, and I don't want you to interrupt her while she's on her phone, but if she wouldn't mind... Well, she was on the phone, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you were.
I'd like her to answer specifically whether she regards a confirmatory referendum as something which, if this House agreed it, she would also perhaps not abide by that particular outcome. Yes or no?
Honourable gentleman. And I apologise to the honourable gentleman. Just a little bit of female multitasking trying to take place there. But I do think, because in terms of the confirmatory, the concept of the confirmatory vote, that is often attached not just to being a confirmatory vote, but actually to having Remain on the ballot paper, so that actually it is effectively a second referendum on whether or not we should leave the European Union. As I've indicated earlier, I believe we should be leaving the European Union because that's what people voted for in the first referendum.
Simon Hoare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While we must leave the EU, to do so without a deal would decimate agriculture in North Dorset, which is why I have supported the Prime Minister's deal on both occasions and will do so again whenever she asks me to. However, she's indicated that the statutory instrument to confirm the extension to the withdrawal period has been laid before the House. Could she advise when it will be debated and voted upon?
It will be debated and voted upon later this week. I think I can inform my honourable friend, obviously, that I'm happy to inform my honourable friend outside of this statement when I've checked which day, but it will be debated on one day later this week.
Emma Reynolds.
Speaker, the Prime Minister says in her statement that she cannot commit the government to delivering the outcome of any votes in this House. So if her deal fails to get through this week, and if we hold indicative votes and a majority of MPs vote for an alternative to her deal, is she really saying that she is going to ignore the democratic will of this House and she would prefer to crash out without a deal than respect the will of this House?
First of all, say, if the honourable lady will permit me, I have just checked, and in fact it will be Wednesday that the statutory instrument will be debated on. Can I say to the honourable lady that it's not... look, this House has passed motions saying that it does not want no deal. It may very well pass more motions saying that it does not want no deal. But if it is going to deliver on ensuring that it does not have no deal, then it has to agree a deal. It is very simple. It isn't enough simply to say that the House doesn't want no deal.
Mr. David Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister inadvertently failed to answer the second part of the question of my honourable friend, the member for Stone. Can she please say when the order will be, the commencement order will be made under the provisions of Section 25, subsection 4 of the Withdrawal Act? This, as she will know, is a matter of particular importance.
Yes, and I apologise for not answering the question to my honourable friend, the member for Stone. And if my right honourable friend will permit me, I will confirm that point and come back to my both of my honourable friends when I'm able to do that.
Chris Stevens.
Speaker, given the political crisis the Prime Minister faces, does she think it would be better if the Cabinet met in public, given that all the details are diligently being leaked to the media on every single occasion? But does that not always suggest that the Cabinet is also in deadlock, and the only way to break this impasse is either a second referendum or a general election?
I think the honourable gentleman has heard my answers to the question on the second referendum on many occasions, and I continue to believe that it is not in the best interests of this House. I think it's in the best interests of this House to agree for us to deliver on Brexit, to do it in a smooth and orderly way, and not to go down the route of either a second referendum or a general election.
Luke Graham.
Mr. Speaker. I voted for the withdrawal agreement twice before, and I would do so again. But can I actually say that I welcome my right honourable friend's movement? I welcome my right honourable friend's movement towards indicative votes, because I think they will be helpful. And can my right honourable friend confirm that there will be a full range of workable options, including EFTA, so that we can debate and actually decide in this House?
Yep.
Can I say to my honourable friend, I think it is the purpose of any such votes is to determine the views of this House, and I think it's appropriate for this House to bring the options forward that it wishes to see being debated.
Caroline Flint.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's time that we recognise that beyond those who are polarised, both in this place and outside, the overwhelming number of members across this House, but also across the British public, want us to come to some sort of compromise and move on and move forward. There are, for some people, no deal is going to be ever good enough, either those who want to crash out with no deal or those who want to overturn the referendum. And it's already been said that actually in many parts there is agreement with the withdrawal agreement, but there are concerns about the future relationship on trade and also security going forward. So could I ask the Prime Minister, could she assure the House today that if we do agree the withdrawal agreement, and I voted for it once because I think it's the right thing for my constituents and the country to move on, that in the next stage, when we get into the detailed discussions around trade and other matters, this House will have to be able to, in detail, explore what those options are, be able to debate them and vote on them.
To the Right Honourable Lady, that first of all I agree with the sentiment that she's expressed, that I think most members of the public certainly want to see this resolved and want to see us able to move on. In relation to the future relationship, there are differences of opinion across the House, around the House, about the nature of that future trade relationship, but I've already indicated, as I did a while back, that in the next stage of negotiations there will be a greater involvement for members of this House than there was in the first stage of negotiations.
Richard Graham.
I haven't yet met a constituent who envies the Prime Minister her task of trying to deliver us leaving the European Union responsibly. But quite apart from the concerns of manufacturing and farming and the clear view of this House, does my right honourable friend agree with me that in the absence of a political agreement between the parties of Northern Ireland to govern that country, it would be irresponsible for any government to push ahead with no deal? And if she does agree that, is that absolutely clear to all members of the House, especially on this side, so that we can focus on what the advantages of her proposals are?
I think my honourable friend makes an important point, and it is about the responsibility to ensure that we do have appropriate governance in a situation in a no-deal situation, where significant decisions would need to be made. And it is entirely right and proper, I think, that the government has taken the position that it has in relation to that matter.
Christine Jardine.
The Prime Minister has told this House on numerous occasions that she is committed to delivering the will of the people as it was expressed almost 3 years ago now. But given that 1 million people took to the streets at the weekend, that more than 5.5 million have signed a petition, and everyone who's ever sat on these benches knows that the will of the British people can change, would the Prime Minister not agree with me that perhaps the time has come to check that the will of the British people has not, in fact, changed, and that perhaps they want something different from they wanted 3.5 years ago?
Can I just say to the Honourable Lady that I have answered this question on a number of occasions now, and I refer her to the answer I gave earlier.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister's deal is not to come back before the House, I believe it is vitally important that this House has the opportunity to consider across parties what it can agree on. The Prime Minister has kindly indicated that parliamentary time will be given over for that process. But can she indicate, notwithstanding that we're going to be getting a statement from the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, can she herself indicate, as Prime Minister, by when those votes will take place?
The first point to make, of course, although I've indicated we would whip against the amendment from my right honourable friend, member for West Dorset, is that if his amendment were passed, then that would lead to certainly some votes taking place on Wednesday of this week. The commitment that the government has made is that over this week and next week, there would be opportunities. That was what my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, indicated, that in the 2 weeks following last week's European Union Council, we would facilitate the opportunity for the House to make those decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who's not DUP or ERG or from a Leave seat, can I thank the Prime Minister for the dear colleague letter that she sent me, which has the offer of a meeting in it. When she came to Ealing Central and Acton in 2017, it had a 200 majority. She had hopes of taking it back. Today, in that same seat, there are more people who've signed a petition to unilaterally rescind Article 50, never mind people's vote, than voted Conservative in that same election. Wow. If she is serious, could she meet with me so we can thrash out a way forward and that London is not lost forever? Because otherwise it seems she's just listening all the time to the same old voices.
As I indicated in response earlier to a question from the Honourable Lady's honourable friend, I'm always happy. I have been meeting members from across the House, and I'm very happy to meet members to discuss these matters.
Eve Double. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I need to tell the Prime Minister that, having spent time in my constituency this weekend, I have spoken to many constituents who took her at her word when she said we would be leaving the EU at the end of March, and now feel disappointed, disillusioned and even betrayed that is not happening. So can she reassure my constituents that she is absolutely determined to do everything in her power to ensure we leave the EU and we leave it as soon as possible?
I say to my honourable friend, I regret not being able to deliver on Brexit on the 29th of March. I had genuinely wanted to be able to do that. And can I confirm to my honourable friend that I think it is important that we do deliver Brexit, that we do deliver on that vote that people took. I want to see that, obviously, if we're going to do that with a withdrawal agreement that has been put into legislation, that takes time. That's why the extension to the 22nd of May was agreed at the European Council. But I want to make sure that we do leave and we do deliver on the wishes of the people.
Maskell. Speaker, the Prime Minister has yet to explain why she expects MPs to change their mind over a matter of 2 weeks, as opposed to the people of the country to change their mind over a matter of 3 years. Can she explain that to the House?
The members of this House have been expressing their views in a whole variety of ways and will continue to do so over the coming weeks. But as I've said and I've indicated to this members earlier, so they will not be surprised at this position, I do think it is important that we deliver on the vote that took place in 2016. And I also, can I just say to the Honourable Lady that those who think that if a second referendum took place and came to a different decision, I presumably would then say, regardless of whether people said they were changing their minds from that, that decision should be held. But actually many people would say, why is it that we have failed to do what the British people asked us to do?
Marie Trevelyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to be able to support the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement, but I continue to have concerns about the backstop and our lack of control of it should it kick in. But I hope very much that when the Prime Minister brings back for a third vote, there will be enough change in it for me to be able to do so. In the meantime, though, Mr. Speaker, could the Prime Minister confirm that she will indeed put the commencement order down so that we can, if we need to, have 12th April as a no-deal departure date, because that was never placed for the 29th of March, and that means we have no pressure point with which to encourage colleagues to support when it comes back.
As I've said in response to questions from our right honourable and honourable friends earlier, I will come back to my honourable friend on this specific point about the commencement order.
Hal Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Prime Minister think it constructive were we able to secure a single majority view out of the indicative votes process, or would she prefer further indecision?
I've indicated earlier that we cannot, government isn't giving a blank cheque to the indicative votes process. It's important, and it is perfectly possible that the House may come to a decision, the House may come to contradictory decisions, the House may come to no decision at all, and we will obviously have to engage constructively with whatever comes out of those votes.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the Prime Minister's scepticism about the indicative vote procedure. Indeed, I would go further and say it's a complete waste of time. I'm sure that some who are proposing it are genuine in their desire to find a way through, but in actual fact, the majority, I think, actually wants to thwart the result of the referendum. Like I've been out in my constituency over the weekend, and as she knows, it's a 70% Brexit supporting area. But like me, most of them, when I explain it, are prepared to back the Prime Minister's deal, imperfect though it is. But they do fear that there may yet be further concessions. Can she give an absolute assurance that she and the whole government will not agree to anything that further delays Brexit beyond a few weeks?
Well, can I say to my honourable friend, and I want to be able to deliver Brexit and to do it within the extension that's been given us to the 22nd of May. Any further extension would require us to stand in European parliamentary elections. I think, as I said earlier, I think people will ask what on earth we were doing if having voted nearly 3 years ago to leave the European Union, we then found they were then being asked to elect members to the European Parliament. I think they would say that we were failing to deliver on the vote that they gave, and I believe we have a duty to do that.
Phil Wilson.
Prime Minister, I genuinely believe that the people have the right to compare any Brexit deal with the promises that were made in 2005. It is their right to have the final say in this process. But I know how much work the Prime Minister is putting to get a deal across the line. And in the spirit of compromise, I would help facilitate the passage of that deal, indeed any deal, to get it over the line as long as it goes back to the British people. Can I ask the Prime Minister to meet with myself and my friend from Hove to discuss the compromise that we think is the way out of this, because whatever the result of that ballot, we will not bring this country together until we've held it.
Hear, hear. I say to the honourable gentleman, as I've indicated to his honourable friend and others, that I'm happy to meet members of the House to discuss these matters. I know that the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union has already met the honourable gentleman and talked about this issue. I continue to have the reservations and the concerns that I've expressed previously in relation to these matters of the confirmatory vote. But as I've said, I'm happy to meet honourable members of the House.
Henry Smith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Almost 3 years ago, every household in my constituency, like the rest of the country, was sent a leaflet paid for by the taxpayer from the government advocating that we remain, but also crucially saying that the results would be honoured. 3 years on, and with a general election where 589 members of Parliament were elected on a promise to deliver Brexit, and with the European Withdrawal Act now law from last year, is it not within her power to now deliver Brexit? Because that is the message that I clearly get from my constituents that they want now achieved.
Well, can I say to my honourable friend, I thank him for reminding the House that in that government leaflet it did indeed say that we would abide by the result of the referendum, and as he said, that something like 80% of members of this House were elected on the basis that they would honour the result of the referendum, and I think that's absolutely what we should be doing. I think the concern the point I was making earlier in relation to a number of matters is that, of course, this House has already indicated ways in which it does not want to see Brexit being delivered, by voting against no deal, and may continue to do so. And of course, we could very well see the House trying to ensure that solution is not delivered. I'm very clear: we need to deliver Brexit. We need to deliver it because we promised people we would.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why is the Prime Minister incapable of accepting the principle that democracy is a process, not a single one-off event? Because over the last almost 3 years, opinion poll after opinion poll have shown that people do want to have a final say on whatever deal comes out of this place. And before she answers that might lead to a third or a fourth referendum, she knows perfectly well that is the beauty of the Kyle Wilson Amendment, precisely that whatever the result of going back to the people on the deal that comes out of this place will go straight into law, so it will be an end of it. Why will she not accept that?
I've answered this question on a number of occasions. Well, no, I have answered this question on a number of occasions. I think it is very important, and I think when I met the Honourable Lady, she indicated she would want to see Remain on the ballot paper as well as the deal. She's not asking for confirmation of the deal in relation to leaving the European Union, but actually questioning people and going back and saying, well, we asked you the question, you gave us an answer, but actually we're not sure that's the right one. Have another go.
Sir Desmond Swain.
If decisions and powers have to be taken here in order to remedy the current unreadiness of Northern Ireland, is there a plan to deal with that in good time for the 12th of April?
Prime Minister.
Yes.
Mr. Edward Miliband.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I might surprise the Prime Minister by saying there's something I welcome in her statement. She said in her statement, unless this House agrees to it, no deal will not happen. So can she confirm that if this House continues, as it has so far, to vote against no deal, she will not seek to take us out of the European Union on April the 12th without a deal?
Prime Minister.
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman, if we are not going to leave the European Union without a deal, then we need to clearly have a deal which enables us to leave the European Union. It is very simple. I've made the point on a number of occasions, and I will continue to make it.
John Barron.
I gently remind the Prime Minister that in law this House has expressed a view, and that is to leave on the 29th of March with or without a deal. Given the constant assurances we've had about no deal preparations, including an answer to my urgent question last week, may I urge her now to face down this Remain-dominated Westminster bubble and support leaving on no-deal WTO terms in order to honour not just the referendum result and indeed the triggering of Article 50, but also our own manifesto.
I say to my honourable friend that I do want to deliver Brexit. I do want to make sure that we leave. I continue to believe that leaving with a deal is better for is the best route for the United Kingdom. We are continuing with those no-deal preparations. My honourable friend will be aware of the results of the Council conclusions in relation to the extensions. I continue to believe that if it is possible to do so, we should leave on the 22nd of May, and that's the way of guaranteeing Brexit.
Heidi Allen.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister realise when she so flippantly dismisses calls for a confirmatory public vote or second referendum, she's just like that dismissing the million-odd people who marched on Saturday, the 5.5 million and rising number of people who signed the petition to revoke Article 50? She says it would undermine democracy, but she does realise that democracy isn't indefinitely owned by the people who voted that day in the referendum. It's not owned by the government, it's certainly not owned by the Conservative Party, and it is most definitely no longer owned by the Prime Minister. Our country's future is owned by the people. Does she not realise it is no longer her decision to make? Now, Parliament, it's our turn. And following that, this decision absolutely must go back to the British people.
Can I remind the Honourable Lady that actually Parliament has already had a vote in relation to a second referendum, and Parliament rejected the concept of a second referendum in that vote.
Mr. Richard Drax.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 years we have heard the opinions of MPs in this place, the majority of whom, sadly, do not want to leave the EU or want it watered down to the extent that in fact we really haven't. That is the problem the Prime Minister is dealing with. Prime Minister, what about the people of this country who voted overwhelmingly to leave LEAVE, the EU? Can she assure me that that's what we'll do? If it takes to April the 12th, so be it. But on that date, if a deal cannot be agreed, we leave the EU as we promised the people of this country.
I say to my honourable friend, I want to deliver on the vote of those 17.4 million people to leave the European Union. I continue to believe that it is better to do so with a deal. We have the extension to the 22nd of May. We can guarantee Brexit by agreeing a deal and leaving on the 22nd of May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the Prime Minister got a plan B, and if so, what is it?
Well, can I just say to the honourable gentleman and many of the other members of this House, on the one hand, people are asking me to listen to the House of Commons and to abide by the decision of the House of Commons, and then they're asking me to actually have a plan B, which could very well be different to the decision of the House of Commons. You can't have it both ways.
Mr. Peter Bone.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not recommending this to the Prime Minister, but has she got so fed up with this House of Commons and the way it's behaving that she just wants to pop over to Brussels and sign the withdrawal agreement anyway?
Can I say to my honourable friend, and he being an experienced member of this House, will know that in order to ratify the deal, we need to pass legislation through this House. So it's not quite as simple as he might like to think it would be.
Great idea, Peter.
Kevin Brennan.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, doesn't everything the Prime Minister said today indicate that she still believes that no deal is better than any other deal other than her own? And does she understand that this House will not permit her to allow this country to crash over the edge into a no-deal zone? So why doesn't she just state that clearly so that we can get on with the indicative votes?
I've dealt with the issue in relation to indicative votes. I have said that no deal is better than a bad deal. I happen to continue to believe that we did negotiate a good deal with the European Union. But I repeat the point to the honourable gentleman that I've made to others, that it's all very well wanting to say that the House doesn't want to leave with no deal, but the House then has to have something, agree something to put in its place.
Carol Monaghan.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is refusing to support a people's vote. She's also refusing to allow a second referendum on Scottish independence, despite the fact there has been a fundamental material change in circumstances. So if the Prime Minister is so sure of her position, why is she scared of trusting the people and putting it to democratic votes?
I just say to the honourable lady that if she believes in trusting the people, she should trust the result of the 2014 Scottish referendum.
The John Woodcock.
Mr. Speaker, can I implore the Prime Minister not to believe that she can run down the clock to the extent that she puts her deal back to the Commons with days to go and think that the members opposite, members across the House, will vote differently. If she brings it to the wire and makes a choice between her deal or no deal, she will usher in a period of economic chaos and political damage that will give succour to the extreme fringes of our politics on the left and right.
I say to the honourable gentleman, I want us to be able to leave the European Union in an orderly way, to deliver, to recognise the vote, to deliver on that Brexit, and do it in an orderly way, which, as I've said before, does protect our union and also protects jobs and livelihoods for people and protects our security. And that is what I will continue to work for.
Shannon.
Speaker, in a previous question to yourself, Prime Minister, I stated clearly that Northern Ireland was never going to be the sacrifice for the withdrawal agreement. I felt the sacrifice then, as I feel the same now, and I refuse to play that role. So does the Prime Minister understand our determination to be treated as an integral part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? The failure to deliver the legally binding assurances and time-limited backstop continues to be the stumbling block and obstacle, and we must not, and we will not, Prime Minister, be treated differently from the rest of the United Kingdom.
Can I say to the honourable gentleman that we have, of course, been working with him and his colleagues to look at the ways in which we can ensure there is that commitment to the people of Northern Ireland, that there will not be that different treatment. We were very clear with the European Union on the need to have a UK-wide customs territory in the backstop, not in Northern Ireland, only customs territory, and we continue to maintain our commitment to ensure that Northern Ireland is treated as an integral part of the United Kingdom.
Paula Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister may recall, just a little over a week ago, I spoke to her at the door of this chamber and I begged her to dial down the hate, born not just out of the incessant abuse and threats that I receive, but for the millions of people in our country who are fearful. She responded on Wednesday evening with a despicable statement that, frankly, many of us felt put more of us and more of the public at risk.
Yeah.
Being Prime Minister is a huge privilege, but with that privilege comes responsibility. So can she tell me today, how is she going to use her responsibility to dial down the hatred?
I say to the Honourable Lady that she and I indeed have a very serious conversation just outside this chamber over a week ago. As I said in my statement that I recognise I was expressing my frustration and others have their frustration. Everybody has their frustrations in relation to this issue. I don't want to see anybody being the Honourable Lady, I genuinely don't. And she may recall that following our conversation, I actually took action to ensure that some of the things that she had said to me were properly looked into, because she has been subjected. Well, I did indeed do that. I want to see the people of this country feeling that this Parliament has been able to deliver for them. I think that is important for us, and that's what we will do. And I continue to believe that as we can carry this debate forward, we should indeed take care, and I will take care for the language that I use.
Conclude.
Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, I'm a former member of the European Parliament, a proud member of that Parliament. I'm ashamed of the way our Parliament has been behaving towards the European Parliament and the European community as a whole. One of my constituents has just sent me a message. If the deal, any kind of deal goes ahead and we come out of the EU, my constituency is going to be poorer. The people there know that. And somebody has just sent me a message saying the Prime Minister is doing deals with all kinds of people. Why don't you ask her for the money we need in our area, of which we've been deprived? In fact, we just want to clear up 126 acres of contaminated land. It'll cost 12 million. Is the deal still open?
I say to the Honourable Lady, she'll be aware that we have indeed made some extra commitments in terms of some funding that is available to places across the country. We have also indicated that we recognise the fact that there have been funds available from the European Union for different parts of this country, and our Shared Prosperity Fund will be available to different parts of the country to deal with various issues that they reflect and the needs that they have.
Brendan O'Hara.
An honourable member from Dewsbury. In the past week, the Prime Minister has shown that there isn't a word too harsh that she won't say, there isn't a dog whistle too shrill that she will not blow, and that she is prepared to take the UK to the brink of catastrophe in order to get her own way. Can I ask the Prime Minister, when she reflects on the past 7 days, does she do so with a sense of pride, or does she do so with a deep sense of regret and shame?
I say to the Honourable Gentleman that what I want to do is to ensure, and what I'm working to do, and what I hope we will be able to achieve in this House, is to ensure that we deliver Brexit, that we do it in a way that enables us to protect our union and protect jobs and livelihoods and protect our security. That I believe should be the aim of everybody across this House, and I hope everybody will be able to come together and deliver that.
Michael Fabricant.
Since October, there has been extensive no-deal planning in the United Kingdom and in the European Union. This has been acknowledged not only by those in the UK and the EU, but also the Governor of the Bank of England. So I simply say to the Prime Minister, if I may, have faith actually in our officials. Let's try and get a deal by all means, but if we cannot, let's not be frightened of a no deal.
Well, there's quite a lot of noise on the opposition benches. I assume the Honourable Gentleman had been present throughout. Yeah, no, that's fine. In that case, his intervention is perfectly orderly. He's been present throughout the statement, as I thought.
Absolutely.
No, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say to my honourable friend, indeed those no-deal preparations have been put in place and are continuing to be put in place. He expressed the wish for us to leave with a deal. I want to see us leaving with a deal. I think the point I made in my statement, though, is that this House has shown itself already on a number of occasions to want to try to ensure that we do not leave without a deal. I think the best route is to be able to leave with a deal, as I think my honourable friend indicated he did.
Tom Bray.
Speaker, Prime Minister, I went to an excellent cross-party briefing earlier today organised by the Cabinet Office on the subject of no deal, something I would recommend those who advocate no deal attend. It set out the extensive damage that no deal would do to the United Kingdom. So will the Prime Minister finally allow this House to pass a binding motion that rules out no deal?
To the right honourable gentleman, as he will know, the House has already passed, I think, 2 motions saying that it doesn't want to leave without a deal. The House will be having opportunities further to look at the options that lie ahead. But it continues to be, well, the right honourable gentleman talks about the House passing a binding motion that we don't leave without a deal. But if we're going to leave, which he doesn't want to do, but I believe we should be doing because people voted for that, then we need to, if we're not going to leave without a deal, we need to leave with a deal. We need to agree the deal that we can leave with.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Doesn't this statement show the completely incoherent approach from the Prime Minister? The Prime Minister has just answered a question from the Liberal Democrat member with regards to no deal, and saying the only way to prevent a no deal is to back a deal. And yet her statement says, and she said it at the dispatch box, and I'll quote her statement, "Unless this House agrees to it, no deal will not happen." So what does she mean by that?
Hear, hear.
It's not just a statement I put in this statement, it's a statement that I have made previously. But I've also been very clear. This House may very well try to ensure that we do not leave without a deal. But the question to members at that point, if they wish to do that, is what is it that they then want to do? Do they want to leave with a deal? Or do some members of this House not want to leave at all, and we need to leave?
Chukaramuna.
Mr. Speaker, this is a parliamentary democracy, and it's quite clear that this Parliament will not approve her deal. If through an indicative vote process, a majority forms behind an alternative way forward, and she does not then implement it, is it not the case that any shred of authority or credibility she has that remains with our EU partners will completely disappear? How on earth could she remain in office in those circumstances?
The honourable gentleman heard the response I've given earlier in relation to the government's position on indicative votes. We will engage constructively with those votes. It's possible that those votes will decide contradictory things. It's possible those votes will not decide anything at all. We will engage constructively.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know who advises the Prime Minister, but she says she will engage in it constructively, yet she's whipping against the idea of having it. She won't make any of it binding. As just, an observer, it doesn't seem very constructive to me at all. But what did seem constructive was all the meetings that she had over the weekend and the men that she invited to those meetings. And what comes out this morning shows without any doubt to anyone anymore, if anyone even had any left, this is just some psychodrama in the Tory party. And every time I think that the Prime Minister does actually have duty, she totally disappoints me. This is about whether the member for Uxbridge can become the Prime Minister, and it's writ for all to see. This has got to end. So the question I ask the Prime Minister is that if we have indicative votes and we come up with a new way for the political declaration, how can she guarantee that any of that will happen? Because it won't be her.
Can I say to the honourable lady that we are working to find a way to ensure that we can leave in a smooth and orderly way, and we can deliver Brexit for the British people. I think that delivery of Brexit is what should be at the forefront of all our minds.
Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by paying tribute to the bravery of my honourable friend for Dewsbury and for the many other honourable members who've suffered lots of attacks over the last few months. The Prime Minister said in her statement this afternoon about what she said on Wednesday, "I expressed my frustration with our collective failure to make a decision." I don't think that's actually correct. No. It was an attack on members of Parliament doing their job, scrutinising the government at a time when tensions in the country are already heightened and MPs are accused of being traitors. Now, in my constituency, the majority of people who've asked me about this don't want me to vote for the Prime Minister's deal. So can the Prime Minister now do the right thing and apologise to members of Parliament for what she said on Wednesday evening?
Can I say to the Honourable Lady, it was never my intention that what I said should have the sort of impact that she is talking about. And I regret if it did have that impact, because the point was a very simple one that I was trying to make, which is that we stand at a moment of decision for this House. It is an important moment. People have talked about responsibility. We all have responsibility of members of this House to make the decision that enables us to deliver Brexit for the British people.
Dr. Lisa Cameron.
Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister intend to lead the next phase of Brexit negotiations?
Can I say to the Honourable Lady that I have always made clear that there is a job to be done and I am continuing to do that job.
Hugh Gaffney.
Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, under your watch, your deal has failed. The UK has seen austerity rise, food banks have risen, and now we hear the government will delay the repeal of the Swedish deregulation, leaving thousands of agency staff financially worse off. So will Plan B include any resignations?
I point out to the honourable gentleman that we have employment at a record high, our debt is falling, our deficit is falling, and we've seen the strongest period of growth, quarterly growth of any country in the G7.
Mike Gapes.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, after triggering of Article 50, the Prime Minister went during the Easter recess on a walking holiday. Does she have any plans to go on a walking holiday in April? And if so, will it begin at the end of next week when the recess is supposed to happen, or after the 12th of April?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman, I always look forward to the prospect of walking holiday, but obviously with matters as they stand at the moment, my focus is on trying to ensure that we can deliver on Brexit and do that with a deal and getting the legislation through.
Paul Sweeney.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor of the Exchequer described the proposal to hold a ratification vote on the government's deal as perfectly coherent and worthy of consideration. Given that there's been efforts across the House to build consensus around this, would the Prime Minister at least agree that it is an idea worthy of consideration and it is coherent on the model of the Good Friday Agreement?
The Chancellor did indicate that this was one of the proposals that has come forward. I've indicated on a number of occasions, I've done it on many, in answer to a number of questions here in this House, that I continue to believe that we should deliver on the result of the first referendum.
Neil Gray.
Speaker, wasn't the great irony of the Prime Minister's dictatorial Downing Street speech that by failing to accept her own responsibility for the mess that we are in, that we're unlikely to make any progress?
I say to the honourable gentleman, as I said earlier, I recognise the collective responsibility we have across this House in relation to the failure so far to get an agreement for a deal. I continue to believe that it's important to get agreement to a deal so that we can deliver Brexit in time.
Richard Burden.
Still not answered. The question that was put to her quite a long time ago now by my right honourable friend for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford. She wasn't asked whether or not she approved of Britain being part of a customs union with the EU after Brexit. What she was asked was that if this House agreed through indicative votes to go for that option, would she abide by that decision and would she seek to negotiate that with the European Union? Will she now answer that question?
Well, gentlemen, I answered the question about the government's position in relation to commitment on the indicative votes in the statement that I gave and in questions that followed.
Jamie Stone.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take the Prime Minister to the beautiful misty Highlands, and in particular I'd like to take her to...
Speak for yourself.
In particular I'd like to take her to the Glenmore Hotel by Loch Ness, which by the way... which, by the way, is one of the best places to see the Loch Ness Monster. The Glenmore Hotel is having enormous trouble hiring EU seasonal workers this year. This is because they're not particularly encouraged to apply for jobs in the UK because of where we are right now in our history. And secondly, because the unemployment rate in Inverness is considerably lower than the rest of the UK. We have a huge problem here that is right now, even before we know what we're doing, right now hitting the Highland economy. How does the government intend to tackle this massive issue?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman that I think it is actually the first time in this House that any honourable member has invited me to a hotel to spend some time with them, but we perhaps won't go there. Can I say to the honourable gentleman that I recognise the issues about, but we do have the high employment rates. The honourable gentleman references the high employment rate and low unemployment rate in Inverness. I think that is something to be celebrated. We are making sure through the policy that we're producing in relation to the future immigration system that we enable people still to come into this country based on their skills, not on the country they come from. But of course, at the moment, we're still a member of the European Union, and it is possible, and we have guaranteed the rights of those EU citizens who come here and abide here.
Vera Hobhouse.
Speaker, I voted against her deal. Twice she voted against the people's vote. Mr. Speaker, I would have never thought that I would ever contemplate to vote for any Brexit deal because I'm passionately believing to stay in the European Union, and indeed the nearly 50% of the people who voted to stay in the European Union wouldn't expect me to do anything else. But I am prepared to vote for her deal if she is prepared to support a people's vote. Isn't that a true compromise?
I think I refer the honourable lady to the answer I gave earlier to that similar question.
Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister explain the mechanism by which a meaningful vote suddenly becomes a meaningless vote? And can I suggest to her that ignoring indicative votes or motions to note in this House is one thing, but when she ignores a meaningful vote, it shows a level of bad faith that is matched, frankly, only by her grotesque speech last week in Downing Street.
Say to the honourable gentleman that the House was very clear after the first meaningful vote that it wanted to see change in certain areas. The one thing the House has positively voted for was an agreement to leave with a deal with some changes to the withdrawal agreement. We did negotiate changes to the withdrawal agreement. We negotiated legally binding changes to the withdrawal agreement. The House did not accept those has not accepted those changes that were initiated. We continue to look, and I continue to talk to colleagues, because I continue to believe that it is better for this country to leave the European Union with a good deal.
Justin Madders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has often said she considers the withdrawal agreement to be in the national interest. So if she concluded that the only way that she could get support in this House for her deal would be to offer her resignation, would she in the national interest do that?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman, I think what this is about is actually making sure that we leave the European Union and do it in the way that is best for this country, and that's what the deal is about.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People are very concerned and very alarmed by this Brexit chaos in North Ayrshire and Arran, and indeed in the UK as a whole. This is a time of crisis, and the people of Scotland and across the UK are represented in these Brexit talks by a Prime Minister and a government which EU leaders at the weekend described as evasive and confused in the final days before Brexit. Does she think that description by EU leaders inspires confidence in those across the UK who are worried about Brexit?
What I hope people across the UK who are worried about Brexit will see is a government that is trying to ensure that we deliver on the vote of the British people, but do so in a way which protects their jobs, protects our union and protects their security.
Well, we come to this thing.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yet again the Prime Minister displays her lack of self-awareness and her complete irony bypass. In her statement, she says if she cannot get her vote through, she'll work across the House to find a solution. Except then she tells us she'll block Parliament taking control and won't bind the government to accepting votes. And then she dismisses all alternatives except she's keeping no deal on the table. The truth is, she had no strategy when she triggered Article 50. She's negotiated a bad deal, and when the wheels have come off the bogie, her idea of seeking consensus is threatening Parliament. When will she recognise her own failures and do the right thing and walk?
Say to the honourable gentleman that we have indeed engaged with others across the House. I've engaged with his right honourable friend, the leader of the Scottish National Party, and with other leaders of other parties. There are different views across this House. I do not agree with revoking Article 50. I think we should deliver on the Brexit vote. That's a difference of opinion between us. But we have reached out to see if there is an opportunity to find a way to ensure that we can see us able to leave the European Union with a deal that delivers for people, delivers to protect their jobs, delivers to protect their security, and delivers to protect our union.
Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
Thank you. The Prime Minister has tested to destruction the possibility of getting the DUP and the right-wing ERG to get her deal through this House. She could, however, get it through if she agreed to just check it still is genuinely the will of the people. Instead of listening to 14 men in fast cars who came to Chequers, would she actually listen to the million people who walk past her door? And will she also agree, considering that she spoke earlier about female multitasking, will she agree to meet with a delegation of 14 women parliamentarians from across this House? And let's really get things done.
Can I say to the honourable lady, as I've indicated to others, and I think as she knows, because we've previously sat down and discussed these matters, that I am always happy to reach out and talk to members of across the House. I do have a difference of opinion with the honourable lady in relation to the issue of a second referendum, because I believe we should actually deliver on the first.
Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2002, the newly elected chairperson of the Conservative Party said, "Twice we went to the country, unchanged, unrepentant, just plain unattractive, and twice we got slaughtered." That chairperson was the Prime Minister herself. Has the prospect of bringing her rotten deal back a third time made her reflect on those comments?
What I reflect on is the need to ensure that we deliver Brexit and that we do it in a good way for the United Kingdom.
Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On several occasions, the Prime Minister has referred to the result of the 2014 Scottish referendum and correctly observed that a majority of people then voted to remain in the United Kingdom. But she will know that a great many of those people believed the promises made by her party and her government that by doing so they would firstly retain their European citizenship and secondly that their views would be respected within the United Kingdom. Given how things have turned out, does she understand that many of those people are now reconsidering that decision?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman that we went into the European Union as one United Kingdom. We will leave the European Union as one United Kingdom. Many people say to me who voted Remain in the referendum in 2016, that they believe that we should be delivering on the vote. Although they took a different decision, they do believe that it's important that the decision is respected and that we deliver on it.
Prime Minister, colleagues, thank you. Yes, indeed. Yes. Very well. I'll take the others first, if I may, of which I have noticed. Thank you. Point of order, Emma Lewell-Back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the DfE published a myth-busting document advising local authorities they could dispense with statutory guidance that's in place to protect our most vulnerable children. In this House, on 2 occasions, I raised this with the Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for Education, the Honourable Member for Stratford-on-Avon. On September the 10th, he stated there'd been no changes to legislation. On January the 17th, he denied the very substance of the document. 50 children's charities also wrote to him asking for this dangerous document to be withdrawn. Following a legal challenge from children's rights charity Article 39, it appears, according to the press, that the document has now been withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, this dangerous DFE and ministerial approved guidance was in circulation for a number of months. Can you please advise me if it is incumbent on the Honourable Member to outline what steps have been taken to disseminate this U-turn to local authorities? Also, if he can outline if there is any redress for children and families who may well have been harmed by this guidance. And finally, Mr. Speaker, can you advise what safeguards are in place to stop ministers from acting in such a reckless manner?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for giving me notice that she wished to raise this matter. I rather assume that she's notified the Minister of her intention to bring it up on the floor of the House this afternoon. She's made her concerns clear and it's on the record. Moreover, those concerns will have been heard on the Treasury bench, including at a very, very senior and cerebral level. I rather imagine that the point that she's made will be conveyed to the relevant minister before very long. Insofar as she asks about redress and what the minister concerned might do, that really is a matter for the minister rather than for the chair. But what I would say to her is that if she does not receive a satisfactory response from the minister, there is a range of options that she might pursue involving airing the issue through the order paper or indeed in debate in the chamber. My advice to her would be to consult the table office, a very short distance, I say, for benefit of those observing our proceedings from here, and the dedicated and outstanding staff of that office will be happy to advise her as to what courses of action are open to her. My basic advice, which I know can sometimes jar somewhat, but it does have the advantage of being valid, is persist. 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 Go to the table office and don't take no for an answer in terms of the right to question members of the Treasury bench. And of course, if the Honourable Lady wishes to seek a debate on the matter, on the adjournment, who knows? She may be fortunate. Yes. Who is the other one? I think Mr. Grant. The Right Honourable Lady is so distinguished, I feel I must save her up. Point of order, Mr. Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, the Ministerial Code requires that any minister carrying out official business in the constituency of another Member of Parliament must give that Member of Parliament notice in advance and in good time of the proposed visit. On Friday, the Pensions Minister, who I've notified of my intention to raise this matter today, carried out an official visit in my constituency. My constituency office were notified about it at 2 minutes to 12 on Friday. Can you give me advice, Mr. Speaker, at what point does such short and inadequate notice constitute contempt as opposed to courtesy? And what options, other than continually having points of order raised in here, being heard and then ignored by the Treasury bench, what other options are available to ensure that ministers comply with the Ministerial Code?
Hear, hear.
I would say to the Honourable Gentleman is as follows. The convention of notifying a member of a prospective visit to his or her constituency is very strong. It isn't within the standing orders of the House. It is just that, a convention. Moreover, it is not in any way justiciable, the merits of the case one way or the other, by the chair. But the convention is there for a reason. It is about that basic concept of courtesy and respect for each other. So what do I advise the Honourable Gentleman? He can take it up directly with the Minister in the form of correspondence or the request for a meeting. That is one possible approach. Secondly, he could take it up with the Leader of the House, who I know will accept that, in common with her predecessor, she has a responsibility for ensuring ministers' compliance with important conventions, including, for example, the Convention of providing timely and substantive answers to questions. Where that doesn't happen, traditionally leaders of the House have accepted their responsibility to remind ministers of their duty. And the other option open to the honourable gentleman is to ask his honourable friend, the member for Perth and North Perthshire, who performs with elan at Business Question every week, to raise the matter at the Business Question with the Leader of the House. I am concerned that this really rather important convention is being quite regularly dishonoured, and that does seem to me to be wrong. There is no precise time beforehand for notification, but the presumption is that of courtesy. Simply notifying a member or his or her office minutes or an hour before a visit simply doesn't cohere with the spirit of the convention. So the honourable gentleman has got reason to be irritated, and I hope that irritation can soon be overcome by a satisfactory explanation, apology and commitment not to repeat the offence. Point of order, Angela Eagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I haven't given you notice of this point of order because it's come out of the proceedings that we have just witnessed, and I wonder whether you might give us some advice about the fact that it became clear during the Prime Minister's statement that she has no intention of listening or responding positively to the results of an indicative vote process, which rather renders the whole thing pointless. I remember, sir, when we went through a similar process about the future of the other place, the then government made it absolutely clear that should that process come up with one way forwards which had been carried by the House, that they would actually put it into effect. And yet today we've heard the exact opposite from this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, sir, could you give us some view about how, as members of Parliament, we can take this forward in a reasonable way and not see the convention and that this Parliament and its votes actually matter disappear before our eyes at this very difficult time for our country?
Well, I don't think it's for me to rule on the matter at this time. The Right Honourable Lady has raised an extremely important point, but in the course of making it, and in a spirit of some frustration or almost despair, she said, well, unless it was guaranteed that the process or its results would be honoured, it rendered the exercise pointless. May I very politely suggest to her that that is, I think, not the right mindset in the matter. I have the highest regard for the Right Honourable Lady, who's a more experienced parliamentarian than I, and she served as Shadow Leader of the House and as a Minister in important roles. But I would say that it would be better to proceed with this process and to support amendments as she sees fit. And if there are such votes subsequently, the intention, I believe, of the authors of this exercise is that such votes should be on Wednesday, wholehearted participation in them by colleagues is to be recommended. See the outcome, and then the Right Honourable Lady can repeat her demand that those results be observed. I don't think there's much point in having the votes on a half-hearted basis. I think one has to go into it with a full-hearted enthusiasm and commitment and see how events play out over the next 48 hours. But process does matter, and the Right Honourable Lady might have noticed, although I wouldn't remotely blame her if she didn't, that I think since the publication of the withdrawal agreement last November, I have sat in the chamber for every single minute of the debates on this subject. And I do so out of respect for the House. And I think that principle of respect for the House, respect for what it says, is extremely important. Order. We come now to the... I thank the Right Honourable Lady for what she said, and I hope my reply is at least helpful. We come now to the business of the House today motion. Minister or Whip to move the motion. Thank you. The question is the business of the House today motion as on the order paper. As many as are that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. We now come to the motion on Section 13 of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018. I inform the House that I have provisionally selected amendments D, that is to say, the amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, A, in the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Member for West Dorset, and F for Freddie, in the name of Dame Margaret Beckett. I remind the House that under the terms of the business motion just agreed to, the debate may continue until 10 p.m, at which time the questions will be put on any amendments which may then be moved. To move the main motion, I call the Minister for the Cabinet Office and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Mr David Liddington.
Mr Speaker, sir, I beg to move the motion on the order paper standing in the name of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. Mr Speaker, this debate follows as a result of the requirements of the EU Withdrawal Act and is a consequence of the decision taken by this House on the 12th of March. Since that date, the House has spoken on two further occasions. First, on the 13th of March, the House expressed its opposition to leaving the European Union without a deal. And on the 14th of March, the House agreed that the government should seek an extension to Article 50. And I might add, Mr Speaker, that in respect of both those votes in this House, neither was legally binding on the government, but in each case the government has honoured the wishes of the House in response to the resolution. I hope that might provide at least a modicum of reassurance that in this government we have not and we do not intend to be dismissive in the least of how this House decides or votes. Give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister-elect for giving way. He rightly just said that on the 13th of March, this House agreed to not leave in the European Union without a deal. And in the Prime Minister's statement that she's just given this House, she said, unless this House agrees to it, no deal will not happen. Could he explain to this House what she meant by that statement?
Well said.
Well, Mr Speaker, what the Prime Minister said I thought was quite clear, that the government believes, in the case that we frequently brought to this House, for the deal that we believe is in the interests of the United Kingdom, that is something that both those who supported leave and those who voted remain should be able to rally behind and move forward. We know that the legal default position must remain no deal, because from now on any decision about this is contingent not only upon the view that this House might take or the government might take, but on decisions by the European Council as to whether or not they wish to extend. Well, if other colleagues will forgive me, I do want to reply to one intervention before I move on to others. And it was by no means a given that an extension would have been granted at last week's European Council. If I give way to the honourable member first and then to the Chair of the Select Committee.
I thank the Minister of the Cabinet Office for giving way, and my honourable friend makes a very important point. And as we embark upon another very important debate today and a number of serious important debates over the next few days, could I just raise with him the concern that I have about the Prime Minister's speech last Wednesday night? She has apologised. She has made well, maybe not a clear apology as we would have liked, but she has made some recognition that perhaps her words were not appropriate. But I was particularly concerned to see that the clips from her speech were being pumped out across Facebook with targeted advertising, paid for by taxpayers' money, paid for by the Cabinet Office, into different MPs' inboxes. Would you agree with me that at this time it is not appropriate to be raising the heat in this debate, when what we need is an atmosphere of compromise, of concern, and of respect for all the different views across this House, bringing people together, not dividing them further?
I don't think, Mr Speaker, there's anybody in the House that would disagree with the honourable gentleman's comments at the end of his intervention, certainly not my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, and I think we are, all of us, deeply aware, and looking up at the memorial shield to our former colleague Joe Cox, I am very sharply reminded of the fact that many members of this House have been subjected to the most appalling threats, intimidation and online trolling, and I think every one of us, in our individual or in our representative capacities, has a responsibility to ensure that no encouragement or succour is given to those wicked people who seek to act and intimidate in that way. Give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster for giving way. Can I return to the point of the first intervention which he took? And that is the Prime Minister's categorical statement, which I have to say I welcome today. Unless this House agrees to it, no deal will not happen. That could not be clearer. Given what he has rightly said about the need for the European Union then to take decisions that facilitate this, isn't the inevitable consequence of what the Prime Minister has told the House today, unless she gets her deal through, she will have to apply for an extension prior to the 12th of April?
That depends, of course, upon what this House decides to do this week. That is the logic, certainly, of the honourable gentleman's argument of my right honourable friend's remarks. If we start from the premise that the House were not to approve the withdrawal agreement this week, I hope it is the government's intention to persuade the House to approve the withdrawal agreement during this week, in which case the deadline moves forward automatically to the 22nd of May. But I do repeat the comment I made earlier in response to the honourable member for Edinburgh South, that the United Kingdom can request, but it is not ever a certainty that the European Council will agree. I give way to the member for North Perth.
Very grateful to the putative Prime Minister. Can I just say to him, he couldn't possibly do a worse job than what we've seen in the course of the past few years. But can I ask him if he's paid attention to the petition that's now been signed by 5.5 million people right across the UK, including over 10% of the right honourable gentleman's constituency? Would he now agree and would he concur that revoke, just ending this madness once and for all, remains a real-life possibility for this country now?
No, I don't agree with him. And since in my constituency the votes were pretty finely balanced in 2016 between the two sides in the referendum, it wouldn't surprise me that 10% of my constituents felt strongly in favour of revocation in the way that he suggests. I think that, but obviously, one takes seriously both the scale but also the strength of the opinion that was being expressed in the demonstration at the weekend and in the number of signatories that have been attracted to sign the petition. But that does not mean that one can simply ignore or set aside the idea that 17.4 million people did vote to leave the European Union in 2016. Now, I'll give way to my honourable friend, and I will try to make some progress.
I'm pleased he's reiterated that 17.4 million people took the trouble, and many of those people had never voted ever before to engage in the referendum. Can I ask him, given that when the House voted on the recent times about whether we should have no deal or the withdrawal agreement for the second vote, now the Prime Minister seems to have taken no deal off the table. So for some of us, there will be different options to think about. I think it's vital that the withdrawal agreement comes back before the House, because if no deal is off the table, there may well be much worse deals that are put forward by a Remainer House that those of us that do not wish to see them happen will feel we've got a very, very bad situation.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that we have the opportunity to vote again on the withdrawal agreement during the course of this week. I'll give way to the honourable lady, my honourable friend.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and he said very clearly that the government has responded to two of the motions that were passed recently and honoured them in the last couple of weeks. But what about that huge majority that there was for the withdrawal agreement and leaving on March the 29th, still legally in our statute books? Now, because of some agreement stitched up between the Prime Minister and the European Union, we're not even having the chance to decide that or look at that. Now, surely that is constitutionally not correct, apart from being legally not correct.
I'll come on to say a bit more about the statutory instrument in a few minutes, if the honourable lady will bear with me. Give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I support the Prime Minister's deal. I think it's a good deal. I welcome the news that we're going to be voting on again. But will my honourable friend look closely at the very important proposals put forward by my honourable friend for Gainsborough to amend and change the unilateral declaration as a way of providing more certainty and clarity and reassurance to those who are not yet ready to vote for that deal?
I know that I can reassure my honourable friend that the government certainly has taken very seriously the comments by our right honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough, and we continue to have a dialogue with him and others who are to try to find the best way forward. Give way to my right honourable learned friend, then the honourable member for Cardiff West, and then I am going to make some progress on.
On the question of the government's commitment to avoid no deal in line with the votes, my right honourable friend has acceded that the government does accept last week's votes, which I think is in line with Constitution Convention, that the government does not proceed with policies that are rejected by this House of Commons. But he's agreed that. And then he said that therefore it means either we pass the withdrawal agreement, which I vote for, but if that doesn't, the only remedy presumably is to go and ask for an extension, which he rightly says we can't guarantee the Europeans would accept. But in line with the wishes of this House and what is now the policy of the government, if we're driven by the more hardline people in this House to that circumstance, then obviously the government must revoke, with the hope that we start the whole process again once this House and everybody else has come back to their senses and has some consensus about how we do wish to proceed on the question of our future relations with the rest of the world.
With all respect, I disagree with my right honourable learned friend on that point, because I think that he underestimates quite how severe the damage would be to already fragile public confidence in our democratic processes if this House simply voted to revoke the implementation of a decision which the majority of members in this House said in 2016 we would be giving to the electorate as a whole, and said that we would abide by their decision. Give way to honourable gentlemen, then the honourable member for Stoke, and then if the honourable member for Oldham will forgive me, I'll make some progress, and I will happily give way to my right honourable friend later.
Very grateful. He's been extremely generous, and I can't see how any deal can proceed without there being some sort of public vote at the end of the process in the circumstances we're in. But on the question of today's business, the Prime Minister said earlier that the government was prepared to bring forward, or to give time itself, or seek time, I think she said, seek to provide time to discuss indicative options. Could you clarify for the House exactly what she meant by that? When is the government prepared to do it? For how long? And can he confirm that it would be in the hands of the House exactly what those options were that we debated?
Mr. Speaker, I would gladly do so. I would ask colleagues to, if they will bear with me, to complete page 1 of my speech and move to subsequent sections, then I might be able to throw a bit more light on the answers to some of the questions that are being posed to me. Give way to Honourable for Stoke, and then I'm going to make some progress.
I thank the Minister for giving way. If I may, my assessment of where we are is that there actually does exist a majority for the withdrawal agreement, the technical aspect of our leaving the European Union, but the differences and the difficulty is on the political declaration and where that may take us, where we may end up in that situation, and what support and clarity this House will have over that process. So is the Minister able to give some assurances, some sense that this House will have a clear role in the next stage of negotiations, so that we can avoid this merry-go-round at the next stage?
Yes, indeed, it's something to which the government has been giving a lot of thought, and has certainly featured in some of the conversations that ministers have been having with members across the House, not just in the last few days, but in the last several weeks. There are various models that could be adopted, and particularly there would be the question of the role of select committees, both the Brexit Select Committee and the relevant departmental select committees in different aspects of that very wide-ranging negotiation. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, I mean, one lesson I've drawn from the experience of the last couple of years here is that the House is simply going to insist on having a say and will find ways in which to express its view, including some novel initiatives. So I think that the reality is the House is going to have a say, the House is going to have influence as those negotiations proceed, and I would hope that the agreement that I believe the government will eventually succeed in striking is one that will then command very widespread public support. Now, Mr. Speaker, he's on this one. All right, I'll break my rule, give way to my learned friend, and then I hope the House will allow me to move on.
So I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for his characteristic courtesy. May I just take him back to his answer to my right honourable learned friend, the member for Rushcliffe, who raised the issue of revocation? Because I rather share the view of my right honourable friend that revocation would indeed be a drastic act, but the fact that so many people are signing up to advocate it is probably a reflection, I suggest, of a growing level of exasperation. Is it not the case that the better course of action, rather than revoking unilaterally, is to go back and ask the public whether they want the Prime Minister's deal with the alternative of Remain, which does show respect for the 2016 referendum result? My anxiety is this. The government boxed itself in with red lines in its negotiations with the European Union. Now what it's doing is boxing itself in with red lines in relation to the options available to this House to resolve the current difficulty and crisis. And I also worry, I have to say to my right honourable friend, that if the stories about the Cabinet minutes are correct, some of the reasons appear to be very narrow and partisan at a time when a national crisis should be requiring us to look more widely. Those of us who've tried to do that get vilified, but I'm quite prepared to put up with that because I think that's where the national interest lies.
Mr. Speaker, one thing I can say with great confidence is that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, above all, is somebody who, in all my observation of her approach to these negotiations and the subsequent parliamentary proceedings, has been motivated entirely by what is right for the national interest. And judging the national interest certainly involves looking at the content and terms of our departure, but the national interest does also mean taking account of the fact of the referendum result in 2016 and the political and democratic reality which that represents. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make some progress. Last week, the European Council approved, during its meeting, the legally binding assurances in relation to the Northern Ireland backstop, which the Prime Minister had negotiated with President Juncker a fortnight ago. And as my right honourable friend has set out, this should give additional assurance to members that in the unlikely event that the backstop were ever used, it would only be temporary, and that the United Kingdom and the European Union would begin work immediately to replace the backstop with alternative arrangements by the end of December 2020. The Council also agreed, subject to a vote in this House to approve the withdrawal agreement this week, that the date of our departure from the EU would be extended to the 22nd of May in order to provide time for this House to agree and ratify a Brexit deal and pass the necessary legislation to make that possible. However, in the event that the House did not approve the withdrawal agreement this week, the European Council agreed that Article 50 should in such a case be extended only until the 12th of April. At that point, we would have two options. We could leave without a deal, or we would need to have agreed an alternative plan for a longer extension with the European Union, and they would have to have accepted that, And such a longer extension, it is very clear from what EU leaders and the EU institutions have said, would require elections to the European Parliament to be held in the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, on the 14th of March, I told this House that in the event that honourable members had not approved a meaningful vote by the 20th of March and agreed a timetable for the EU withdrawal agreement bill, the government would recognise that the House would require time to consider the potential ways forward. The government stands by the commitment that I set out that day, that in such a scenario the government, having consulted the usual channels at that time, would facilitate a process in the 2 weeks after the March European Council to allow the House to seek a majority on the way forward. And since then, my right honourable friend the Prime Minister and I have acted on that commitment and have been engaged constructively with members from across the House in recent days. Between us, we have met leaders of all parties as well as other senior parliamentarians, and this process is ongoing. My right honourable friend the Prime Minister met the leader of the opposition earlier today. These discussions will continue.
Well, my right honourable friend,
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman. In those discussions with the Leader of the Opposition, there are reports today that the Prime Minister put forward a proposal to decouple the withdrawal agreement from the political declaration as a proposal to take forward and seek compromise. Is that correct? And what was the response of the Labour front bench?
It is the European Council conclusions specify that it is approval of the withdrawal agreement that count in terms of whether there is an extension to the 22nd of May. And of course the requirements in those terms in the European Council conclusions are different in scope from what is required under the EU Withdrawal Act to constitute a meaningful vote under the terms of that Act. I give way to my...
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and he may know what I'm going to ask, because I asked the Prime Minister and she suggested I ask him. And I do this on the basis of someone who he knows voted to support the agreement last time and will vote to do so again. But it is an important issue, and that's this. My honourable friend has just said that the government will facilitate the discussion of alternative arrangements should the deal not, for whatever reason, succeed in the 2 weeks following the European Council. Well, we are already eating into the 2 weeks following the European Council, and my right honourable friend urges us to resist, for various reasons, which I can understand to some degree, the so-called Letwin amendments, but he has not yet come forward with a timetable as to when the government will bring forward its own means of facilitation and the terms. Can I ask him what I asked the Prime Minister? When?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As I said a moment ago, these discussions with other parties and members across the House will continue, but I can confirm to the House today that the government would seek to provide government time in order for this process to proceed. If the amendment in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, does not pass tonight, we would set aside time to have a first day's debate later this week, and after that day's debate had been concluded, we would then consider and consult about what, if any, further time might be needed. Now, if on the other hand my right honourable friend's amendment is carried, then the consequence of that, in terms of control of the order paper, means that those decisions would be very much a matter for my right honourable friend and the House more generally, given the terms in which that amendment has been drafted. I'm going to give way to my honourable friend, the honourable gentleman for Oldham, and then my honourable friend.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Can he confirm that there will be free votes on this side of the House if that situation occurs?
Well, I think it's premature to say anything at this stage about whipping, because at the moment we don't know exactly what the content of any options might be, nor what amendments might conceivably be tabled to those, nor which of those amendments the chair might be willing to accept. But I know that my right honourable friend, the Chief Whip, will have heard my honourable friend's representations. Give way to the member for Oldham and then to...
Can I thank him for giving way? The reason why the Prime Minister's statement last Wednesday was so disappointing, and we'll hear it today actually, it's not about the 17 million any more than it is the 16 million. It's about everybody who lives in this country, who has a stake in its future. And people are looking at what's happening in absolute frustration and despair, that those people who they've elected to make decisions and make this work have not found a way through this. Now, we have an opportunity with the indicative votes that are coming to really make a breakthrough and find some common ground, but it would require the Prime Minister to depart from the red lines and learn to compromise. What advice would he offer to the Prime Minister in this circumstance?
I'm afraid one thing I'm very clear about indeed is that I will offer, I'm very willing to offer and do offer advice to my right honourable friend, but I talk about that advice to her in private and not in the House more generally. Give way to honourable friend.
I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Many of my constituents are emailing me asking me to vote for Amendment A tonight. Can my right honourable friend confirm that even if that amendment does not go through, the government will make time for indicative votes? If we haven't passed a withdrawal agreement, the government will make time for indicative votes, and will those votes happen this week or next week?
As I said a moment ago, if Amendment A does not pass, then we will make available a first day this week for the process to which we have committed ourselves to proceed. It may be that other time is needed, but that would be a matter for consideration after the first day had been concluded. I will give way to the honourable lady, then to the right honourable lady, then I hope the House will forgive you. I am going to try and move on.
The honourable gentleman is very generous in giving way. If the Amendment A is voted down and the government does indeed come forward with proposing its own slot, will the government determine the options this House votes on, or will MPs?
I think that the honourable lady was preempted my next paragraph, because what I was about to say is that we do not think that it is for the government to tell the House what options it should and should not consider. That should be a matter for the House. But that in turn does not mean that the government is going to be silent about the options that might be debated. We will certainly continue to be strong advocates for the deal we've negotiated, and we will continue to urge members from all sides to be realistic. Give way to the right honourable lady.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman is incredibly generous with his time. Can he help us, though, with this? Is it the government's plan that those votes will relate to the withdrawal agreement, or will they only deal with the political declaration? Because, as he knows, there is a profound difference between the two. The former, the withdrawal agreement, will go into, if it passes, into treaty, into law and so on, as international law, but the political declaration is non-binding.
If I could, if the right honourable lady will bear with me, I want to come to that in a second. I will give way to my right honourable learned friend one last time.
Before he moves back to that point, I'm very grateful. My honourable friend has said that the government's going to reject, or try to reject, the so-called Letwin amendment this evening, but then will make time available for roughly the same thing in government time. So, as far as I can see, the only objection to the amendment we have today is it's been tabled by a backbencher and not by the government. Wouldn't this all be resolved if he would confirm that the government will make this Wednesday available for this purpose, because we don't have much time, and then it seems to me we'd all be in total agreement to be able to proceed to the indicative votes.
Mr. Speaker, until we have had the division this evening, assuming that there is one on my right honourable friend's amendment, we won't know whether Wednesday is available for the government's disposal, or whether that is something that will fall to other means of consideration. Mr. Speaker, Look, I'll give way to the honourable member for Ilfracombe, my honourable friend, member for Falmouth and Truro, and then I am going to make some progress.
I am genuinely grateful that he's given way, but this is genuinely hopeless. He can't, Mr. Speaker, argue against a perfectly sensible and reasonable in the circumstances amendment in the name of the right honourable member for West Dorset on the basis that the government is going to propose something similar without at this stage saying on what day, for how long, on what conditions, on what range of motions. You know, if he is saying that Parliament shouldn't be in control because the government ought to be in control, then surely it's reasonable to expect the government to actually be in control, to have some sense of what the process is, and to give some clarity now. Otherwise, we may as well troop through to vote for the Right Honourable Member's amendment.
Mr. Speaker, there is a matter of constitutional principle here. What the government is saying is that it is for the government, as is normal, to control the order paper, but in this case we would devote that time to consideration of those measures that the House wanted to see debated and decided. I give way to my honourable friends, I promise, and then I have an obligation to give way to my right honourable friend afterwards.
I'm very, very grateful, and my right honourable friend is being incredibly generous and gracious. Is it not the case that it's common practice for, in a debate, for sometimes the government to actually welcome an amendment posed by members of the backbench or the opposition parties? And given, from what I have heard, the right honourable gentleman has said he's actually going to do on Wednesday exactly what Amendment A says, wouldn't the easiest thing to do just be accept Amendment A tonight?
I think the difference between us, between myself and my honourable friend, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion is that I do take the view, and the government takes the view, that the amendment that is before us, Amendment A, would upset the balance between legislature and executive in a way that would set an unwelcome precedent. And it's for that reason that we are not supporting this amendment. Now, I'm going to give way, as I said I would do, to my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset.
Just before the... Yes, honourable gentleman. Point of order, Sir William Cash.
I'd be grateful for your guidance on this whole question of Standing Order 14, given the fact that we operate a system of parliamentary government, not government by parliament, and it's for a good reason, which is, in a nutshell, the fact that government takes precedence under Standing Order 14 in its business because it is the wish of the members of parliament by a majority of the government which forms the government, and therefore the wishes of the electorate are at stake. I just ask you if you would be kind enough to refer to that. Just answer my question, if you might, please, Mr. Speaker, because I regard this as a matter of fundamental constitutional importance.
Pipe down and listen.
Well, and I very much look forward to listening to the speech that the honourable gentleman might make in the course of the debate, and he knows that he can always look to me and very much expect to catch my eye. So far as the standing order is concerned, the fact of its presence is well known to everybody, but the House is the owner of the standing orders, and if a proposition is put to the House for a change in those arrangements, including in a particular case the suspension of a standing order or more than one standing order, it is perfectly credible and reasonable that that should be put to the House. And I did, after all, announce my selection and provisional selection of amendments earlier, and I don't think, although I accept that he objects to this amendment, it came as any great surprise that the cross-party amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman for West Dorset was selected. As to whether it is acceptable to the House, that does remain to be seen. It's obviously not acceptable to the Honourable Gentleman, and we will hear further and better particulars of his objection in due course.
Mr. Speaker, I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm really very grateful to my right honourable friend, and I promised him I wasn't intending to intervene in his speech, unlike almost everybody else sitting in the chamber today. But he does force me to do so, because I wonder whether he could clarify a slightly different point. Given that his objection to our amendment is ostensibly simply the constitutional one, and given that that could be entirely resolved by the government accepting the amendment, or indeed could have been resolved on Thursday or Friday when it was tabled by the government signing it and turning it into a government amendment, in that case a government minister would have been at the top of the list, given all of that, could he simply tell us whether on the Wednesday, if our amendment fails, the government intends to operate exactly the same principles as are contained within that amendment, or whether the government has some other plan about how to construct the day?
Minister. I can't give a commitment immediately for that of that level of detail, but I will have further discussions, and it may be that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, will be able to respond to that point in greater detail when in his wind-up speech. Mr. Speaker, look, Mr. Speaker, can I say this? I mean, I'm always over-tempted to give way to interventions. I am deeply conscious that on the last 2 occasions I came to this dispatch box, I was speaking for over an hour in total because of the number of interventions that I permitted. So I am going to try to make some progress, because I'm sure many right honourable members on all sides of the House do actually want to catch your eye and contribute themselves to the debate. Now, whatever options are put forward, and this starts to address the issue raised by the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Broxtowe, whatever options are put forward, they will need to be negotiable with the European Union. And in particular, any deal will require the withdrawal agreement that not only we, but the 27 other governments of the European Union member states have negotiated. The conclusions of the European Council last week could not have been clearer that they are not prepared to consider any reopening of the terms of the withdrawal agreement that for them, as well as for us, represented the outcome of a lengthy period of negotiation and compromise on both sides. And this is one of the reasons why my right honourable friend was clear earlier this afternoon that the government cannot simply pre-commit to accepting whatever might come out of this process. It is entirely possible that this House could vote for something that is neither realistic nor negotiable. For example, it could vote to seek further changes to the withdrawal agreement, which the EU has been clear is simply not going to be possible. Equally, the House could vote to maintain all the benefits of the single market without agreeing to the obligations that, such as alignment with state aid rules or free movement of people, while the EU has been clear that the 4 freedoms are indivisible. But of course, we will engage constructively with members across the House on whatever the outcome of this process